Welcome back, everyone, to Questing for Glory, Hope and Healing 2, or Raising Money for Nami. We've already done over 22,000 so far, and I think we can beat 23,000 by the end of this run. And we're going to be doing The Legend of Mana HD Remaster. It's a race between theRPGchick and Mechalink. I'm excited. I think you guys are excited.
Super excited.
Very excited.
Hi, I am theRPGchick. I'm joined here by my fellow racer, Mechalink.
Welcome.
And we have Hi, I'm Lemur, or just Lemur for short, doing our commentary tonight.
Hey, how's it going?
So the first thing we're gonna need, Alfina, is gonna be the gender.
Alright, getting the dashboard one last refresh just to make sure there wasn't a snipe donation in there during the break. And I have the gender will be female. And it looks like you need the name as well.
I think we can take the first two names.
I have named the main character. The top one was not Chumpy, and the other one is Chumpy.
Woo, I'm Chumpy.
Okay, is it capital N-O-T, capital C, or all lowercase, or what?
Capital N-O-T, capital C-H-U-M-P-Y.
Chat, why do you do this to us?
I do appreciate the duality of the two names being a nice pair.
It's a reference to actually part of the run, so I appreciate that chat knows their Legend of Mana.
Yeah. It's a part we won't see, but yeah, there's an in-joke in the game where somebody asks for your name and you can tell them Chumpy no matter what your name is, and like the dialogue gets way different, drastically different.
Technically, we can do that with Belle too, but
yep, Belle will ask your name as well, and you can do the same thing. Yep.
All right, I'm on the spot. I am ready to go when you are, Mecha.
I am ready to go when you are.
All right, I'll count us down then.
Sounds good.
All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. So, Lemur, why don't you introduce this amazing game for us?
Yeah, sure. So, Legend of Mana, it's a action RPG by Square. We're playing the remastered edition that came out just some months ago this year. What you'll see from this speedrun is a lot of battle tech and a lot of neat routing that goes in. So as you see here, they're placing the home artifact. And this is what starts the big map that we have to create to get through the run. So going to see a lot of interesting routing there. And then once we get to the battles, we'll have some tech to describe to you guys.
Yeah, Mecha and I have recently been working on rehauling this entire run from the way that it was for the PS1 version. The versions are relatively similar in terms of tech and things like that, but we find better ways to do stuff as time goes on, and a lot of the routes lately have seen a lot of changes.
Right.
There's
especially because now there's one of the QOL improvements is the option to have no encounters. So now every run that we had before has a no encounters option, which can drastically change the routing, not always for the better.
Yeah, there's a no encounters route for this that only really adds one major mini event, sort of, kind of.
Right.
But it's not as interesting to watch, honestly, because it's kind of just walking simulator.
Yeah, the way I put it is that it kind of lacks texture. Right, the combat gives the run a little more texture, even if it is technically slower.
So one of the nice quality of life things about this version is the fact that you don't have to hold down the run button to run anymore.
Yep.
So we're going to pick up our first other artifact besides our home base, which is going to be the town of Domina. There's a whole bunch of different little events that you can unlock in Domina, and we're going to actually kind of sort of unlock 2 of them, even though we're only going to do 1 right now.
Also, as a note, you may have noticed that I'm running this in Japanese because there's a Japanese restream. We haven't really timed a significant time difference in them. Just involves, and all the prompts are the same positionally, just involves having to recognize different characters for a few of the pieces later.
So with this particular run, a lot of the routes are individual stories, so just Jumi, just Fairy, just Dragon. This particular run is all 3 main storylines that we will be going through. Yep. There is an all events run as well, which does all of the events, including the mini side ones too. But that's not this.
Yep, no, and yeah, there's all stories and all events, and now with the remaster, we actually have a platinum %. Before, all events was the longest run, but now we actually have platinum on Steam and PS4, PS5, right? So that said, I still haven't done my platinum run yet. I'm more of an all stories runner, or an all events runner, and RPGchick is more of a single stories runner, and so we kind of meet in the middle here. Where this one's shorter than my normal runs, but longer than hers.
Yeah, I like it though, because I like all of the main storylines. I mean, Jumi is my absolute favorite, but the single story run is not, I think, as interesting as the other 2, so it doesn't get a lot of love, I think, because of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and I mean, when you ran Jumi last time is when I got into the game, right? Like, almost about exactly a year ago is what got me into running Legend of Mana, was that I wanted to do Jumi initially, because it is my favorite as well.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the most amazing storylines for this game, and I agree, there are definitely a lot of confusing things about this game, and unfortunately, this remaster did not get a lot of quality of life improvements that a lot of us wish it had, but the backgrounds are all redone completely, the sprites have been smoothed out and remastered, the music has been completely rearranged, and it's gorgeous.
Yeah. You might wish for some quality of life in the space of, like, how the heck do I temper? Or what quest can I access right now? And none of that, right? Which, what do you want for nothing from a completely non-linear game?
It is pretty rewarding figuring all that stuff out on your own, though, or with the help of, maybe a little bit of guide here or there, but kind of discovering all the things this game has to offer is a big part of the casual experience, I'd say.
It is very neat. You only just kind of wish that some of the events were at least a little bit more leading, because a lot of the people who play this casually and don't use like a strategy guide or something, almost everybody stumbles into Dragon storyline because it is the most straightforward, and it's like, here's the artifact of where you need to go next.
Yeah, Dragon is definitely the most straightforward of the 3, I'd say, in terms of where to go and how to complete it.
It's honkin' time!
Yep, finally getting into some combat. So you're going to see a couple of things of tech from the runners here. First is going to be a power cancel. So when you start hearing that honk, that is the sign that they are doing a power cancel. They're using a heavy attack, which normally has a lot of recovery time at the end. I think 1.5 to 2 seconds. But by hitting one of the trigger buttons in the correct timing, they can cancel that ending lag. And then just kind of keep throwing out those power cancels. In addition to that, we also have some jump canceling going on, which is in the same vein as power canceling, but instead of using a trigger button, you are using the jump ability that they equipped at the beginning of this run, and that's why you're seeing them throw out an uppercut right after the heavy attack.
If Nick would stop pushing my prey off to the side of the screen, that'd be great.
I got a seed, so I'm good there, thankfully.
Seed's one of the things you need for your temper later on, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Preferably, I've only seen Mecha use big seed, so hopefully that could be any seed? Question mark?
It can be any seed, but big seed's the first one in the list.
Yeah.
So
I see. You did
it almost
for
always
order's
ends up
sake.
being big seed.
I got a big seed anyway. We're good. But yeah, the main game does not explain tempering a lot. It doesn't explain golem crafting, and it's a pain in the butt.
I'd say that explains golem crafting better than tempering.
A little bit, kind of, sort of.
Yeah, I mean, still, like, they could use more explanation. Instrumenting is comparatively easy mode, and it's still not super well documented.
Have some candy. Have some candy.
Some candy. Wreck-It Ralph.
So you might recognize this first boss here. This is Mantis Ant. If you played Secret of Mana.
Yep.
He's not too awful of a fight. He can be a little bit of a pain in the butt, but mostly because Nick ends up hitting him away from where you're trying to hit him, which doesn't help anybody.
Yeah, pretty straightforward fight all in all. Hit him with power and jump cancels, and hope that he doesn't ST, but he normally does if he can get the opportunity. Pretty
So you
clean
do
kill,
have to-
theRPGchick.
Thank you. You do have to pick up all the crystals and the coins, or at least as quickly as you can once they disappear. Either way, that's what kind of gets you out of the battle sequence. Your partners can steal your crystal XP, and Nick is a really, really big jerk about that. He's also super greedy.
Yeah, you'll see that as one of the big ways to optimize fights is not actually in the fights themselves, but in the end when you're trying to pick up all the crystals, because you have to make that split-second decision between going back and picking some up or waiting for them to despawn.
Yep. Adios.
Alright, I'm gonna pray real hard that the monster egg does not troll me.
Come on, Monster Egg.
I have been trolled so hard by monster eggs lately.
Just need to run Dragon Percent a bit more often. You'll get really good at catching that egg really quickly.
Yeah, but that would also require me to be like, oh yeah, I'm totally gonna get Levitine on the first drop, and I never do. So we're picking up Dana because we actually are gonna take her on a little bit of a side quest. But we're gonna drag her to the side of town so that we can go catch a monster egg. Dana is the cat girl that is part of the incentives going on towards the end of this run, almost literally the last event, the way that we have this.
Third to last. And second to last.
Yep.
Shoutouts to Diddle. We won't be interacting.
So, the way that you catch pets in this game that aren't just companions that you can pick up in random places, is to catch these monster eggs. And, oh, no, I don't want to do that. Give me that back, please. I want to use these. There we go. Okay. Please eat it.
Eat it. Eat the dice berry.
It is not eating it, and I am very upset with this bird.
Go back.
Eat it.
Can be very uncooperative sometimes.
Yep.
Walk right up to the fruit and just walk right away from it. Other
Yep.
times we'll eat immediately.
Yep.
Oh, it's stuck in an alarm loop. I hate that. There we go.
Go that way. Go that way! Curse you! This thing does
They're
not want to
very
eat my dice berry.
unfortunate. Very
Wow.
unfortunate eggs on both sides.
Yeah, that wasn't great. I got stuck in what I called an alarm loop, where it sees me, it doesn't panic, but it doesn't move, and then it sees me again. It just kind of sits there, kind of going, I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
Yeah,
But
I
we
had
got
that too, and finally got it.
Mhm.
that was probably the most unfortunate monster egg I think I have ever had.
Joel,
So we-
our favorite onion tutorial guy.
We do have a couple of incentives going on later in the run that there is still time for, that if you are interested in contributing to them. And that is to save or kill Dana, to name our rabbite that we will eventually pick up, and to either take Elazul or Black Pearl with us to the Bejeweled City.
Yep. Boink.
Blinks are great.
I wonder what it says in Japanese. It's not boink. I recognize the symbols enough to know it's not boink. I just don't know what it is. Because I recognize the fish symbol at the end, right? And that's not a K sound.
Do things like switch my skills. So, there is one extremely mandatory skill that we need to have before we hit the end of this game, and that is Counter-Strike. And Counter-Strike is going to be make things very, very easy when we do get to the Monogatars at the end of the game. So there's a series of different techniques that we're going to be swapping between to kind of make that happen. It's also helpful for other situations as well, so it doesn't hurt to have it earlier rather than later.
Yeah, Counter-Strike does a lot of damage, and with the hammer that we'll have, it'll do even more damage.
I believe
So,
it's
yeah,
times
Counter-Strike
8 multiplier with the hammer.
It's a times 8 multiplier, yep. And the hammer we make here is almost as strong as our all events hammer used to be. Like our all event, it's almost as good as the all events hammer used to be before I retooled that one as well.
Yeah, Mecha has this thing at like 180 something attack power once we have the Giant's Horn added to it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like it's pretty good for a much cheaper temper. We don't get the coins, right? And it's still pretty good.
Yeah, Mecha did a lot of work on figuring out the best way that we could tool up the hammer, basically.
Yeah. Just squeezing in a few more essence. Squeezing in a few more essence levels with by getting the ring, right? Forbidden ring wouldn't be strictly necessary in this route, right? But by adding the ring, we add the 3,000 lucre, and that gives us a lot more resources for tempering. Right. And so, in turn, we get to add a few more essence levels than we do normally, and that's a few more, few more power.
Because that hammer was at like 115 or something like that before we even took a look at this run.
Something like that.
So it's a humongous difference.
Yeah.
So welcome to Gato. We'll be coming back here a lot later on when we actually start doing the fairy storyline. But for now, we have to destroy Mr. Rubens, as we pretty much do in every storyline except for Dragon.
Hey, I'm not killing Mr. Rubens. Somebody else is killing Mr. Rubens, and I'm watching.
Okay, fair. But this is essentially the event of run back and forth and chase the Sproutling for about 10 minutes.
Yep.
Actually, this is probably a pretty good time for a couple of donations, Alfina.
Yep.
Fantastic, because I have a couple of donations. We have a $20 donation from Andy K and a $50 donation from Wells that says, "Don't forget to equip the sword."
Dang it, Wells!
We will not be equipping a sword in this run. We will, however, be getting a sword. Just won't be equipping it.
And just a reminder that any donations made during this run it puts you in the running towards one of the fantastic prizes that we have available. $5 donations can put you in towards a Black Wireless Pro controller. or a set of 3 Rabbite Perler keychains, and a $20 donation can put you towards the Secret of Mana Rabbite plush. And I've seen the picture, and it's adorable.
Oh,
Rabbite plushes are
Rabbite plushes are
heckin'
great.
cute.
It's the small one, but it's still, I assume it's the small one, but that's still quite good. The quality on the plush is quite high. I have 4 of them, I think. 4 of the small ones and 1 of the big one.
Small, medium, and big, I think.
I didn't know what to expect when I clicked on it to look at it, and I made a noise that probably was not meant for human ears. So, trust me, you guys definitely want to donate towards that.
It's quality. It is quality plush. As a moderate connoisseur, I'm a fan.
There are also crumps in the Rabbite Perler keychains. Because we needed crumps.
There are what? Oh, romps.
Yes, crumps.
Yeah, it took me a second. Yeah, right. Yep. No, there should be, as there should be. It's one of the kind of adorable things about the Rabbites, especially in Secret of Mana. It's just like, oh, it's this bouncing thing. It's like mouth larger than its body. What? What is this?
So, this dude expelling steam from his ears is Detective Boy, the not-so-great mouse detective. We will run into him a couple of more times during the course of this run. He is a small part of the Jumi storyline.
He is the Zenigata of the Jumi storyline.
I like that. That's a good comparison.
It is. He shows up a lot. He makes a lot of noise, but he's not the star of the show.
He's also fairly incompetent.
He's not very good at his job.
But we actually get a small glimpse into the true villain of the Jumi storyline here, as Mr. Rubens is a Jumi, and jewels that lose their sparkle must be dealt with.
Yep.
I still really have to wonder if Steven Universe took a lot of inspiration from this storyline.
I wish they had, honestly, but I'm pretty sure they didn't. I don't think Rebecca and her family kind of. I don't think they were PlayStation. They were GameCube people, right? N64 and GameCube people. I don't think they actually had a PSX, which is a shame.
Sad times.
Bad times. But yeah, the lowest form is technically the lowest form of Jumi is referred to as a Clod. So I mean, I joked that Sandra is Peridot, because she's the one that refers to other Jumi as Clods.
Well, Sandra does have that smug smirk, and Peridot kind of has that smug smirk.
Yeah. And they both have a green motif.
True.
Finally, we're done with the back and forth.
Wow, we are like synced. Holy shnikes.
Pretty much. Thought they was after the flames of the temple, but after Mr. Rubens' core. Oh, thank you!
This is where the routes might diverge a little bit, because I personally have a preference to take the iron gloves with me to go into the next area.
I'll be buying a hammer and a sword.
Alright, so we want Firestone and Windstone.
None! Please! I want to talk to the child! Fire.
So there's a reason for my personal preference with the gloves, and that's mostly because of the boss, not for this area, because there isn't really one, but for the next area that we're going to go to. The boss has a very, very teeny hitbox, and she can be kind of hard to peg down. And the gloves will make that fight, at least for me, a little bit easier.
And I take the sword for essentially the same reason. It's a slightly different power, slightly different speed, right? Like, slightly different weapon performance, but it's the same idea, is that hammer's just a little too slow to really deal with Wbula's relative speed.
if you've ever made your way through these caverns of Gato, and you actually follow the Sproutling leaves, which is what you're technically supposed to do, it's very confusing and mazy, and we just were like, nah, we're good. We gotta get this done, and we gotta get it done quickly.
I mean, the Sprouting leaves work. Don't get me wrong, but they're much slower than this route.
So here is Sandra in all her amazing smugness.
Yeah.
And Detective Boyd is too late.
Yeah. Ow!
Yeah, so this quest kind of starts us on the Junie storyline. We get into Sandra and the death of Rubens, but it also opens up Gato for us so we can come back and start doing some of the stuff for Fairy as well.
Yep. Basically, every land has an unlocking quest that may or may not be relevant to anything. And this is the unlocking quest for Gato. So you just kind of have to do it if you want to do anything else in Gato. Or place anything next to it.
There's a couple of places that require you to do initial quests to unlock other stuff in the area.
Yep.
So here you're seeing both of the runners place down multiple artifacts, and they're going to be going to only one spot in specific, which is the Mendez Ruins. But they're placing some things earlier than that because how this game determines levels is distance from your house. So you see they're placing the jungle right next to the house, and that's going to make the jungle a lower level for later on. Whereas the ruins they're placing a bit further away and are going to take it on with maybe a bit stronger enemies inside.
Yep. The other thing is that we're clearing our plate, right? And you can talk about that too if you want.
Yeah, so as you see, they had 4 artifacts on their plate before doing any placements, and now they only have 2. That's because to get artifacts from quests, you need to have 2 or less artifacts to get what is called the secondary artifact, essentially. When you complete a quest, sometimes there will be a mandatory artifact drop, which you will always get, but sometimes there's also a secondary drop, which you can only get if you have enough room on your plate. And so by placing the artifacts there, they're kind of opening their plate up and making it so they can get another artifact from the coming quests.
Exactly. And yeah, I mean, the plate is actually kind of like the term of art there. It's just a big a big stone disc. Stop hitting me, Marlboro. I'm not even good.
The music is so good in this game.
Really good. Shimamura did excellent work here.
Yeah. I'm so glad that she came back to supervise the rearrangements, honestly.
Yep. Yeah, so am I. Big fan. Big fan of Shimamura's work.
I saw that flowerling. You were trying to get in my way, but you failed.
Oh yeah, those small corridors that you're trying to pass by the flowerlings make it really tough because they love getting right in the middle of the little entryways and just blocking you completely.
Yeah, this female flowerling is particularly good at that.
Oh, you don't like Pinky?
I do not. She can go take a hike. And there'll be other opportunities for these flowerlings rather, to block our paths as well, because we will be coming back here, actually almost before it's time to choose whether we save or kill Dana.
Yep. That is exactly true.
This area can be pretty frustrating your first time through playing casually, because you need to control how the gates open and close, and that's what they were doing with the flowerlings that drop down from the sky. But to open a gate, you have to close another one, essentially, and so it's really easy to get stuck and not know where to go. Luckily, once you know the pattern, it's pretty quick, though.
Pinky was nice to me today. Greenie's
He was nice to me all but one time. Also, interesting little thing is if you happen to get a level up as you're picking up the last of the coins, you do have to wait like an extra 5 seconds for the menu to show up. Stop doing that, monkey. Bad monkey.
Throw.
No. No throw. Bad monkey.
No
that's
throw.
Good thing I picked up the iron glove.
Yep, no glove drop here.
Nope. Technically, the hope is that you pick up a spiral claw drop from that monkey in the last room, but that doesn't happen terribly often.
I'm on axe instead of sword. Oh well, they're the same weapon.
It's fine.
They're the
It's
same
fine.
weapon.
I mean, once upon a time, Fairy used to use an axe.
I mean, if you got the right, like you could either get the tier 3 drop, which is a one-handed axe, or the dual-handed axe, right? And just you took whichever axe drop.
Yep.
Yeah, that was true for Fairy, Dragon, and also all stories for a while there.
Yeah.
And of course, Duel is starting off with a heckin' ST.
Ugh,
Ah, it's very unfortunate.
that is unfortunate.
She being a jerk. Hey,
Yeah,
where
I
you
got
going,
an
lady?
start as well, so whatever. Whatever, lady.
So Lemur, you want to talk about the non-movement with glove and jump cancels for me? Because
Yeah.
I'm trying to time
So-
this.
So typically, when you do a jump cancel, you get moved forward a little bit. You know, with any of the two-handed weapons, the sword, the one-handed axe, like you'll have a little bit of movement forward. But with the glove, there seems to be no movement, or if there is, it's very, very minor. And so you can get situations like this, where you're able to just lock up Davila and keep jump canceling her. Whereas with the other weapons, if you were to do that, you'd eventually reach like the end of her hitbox and start missing, or even knock her behind you. So that's one of the pros to taking the glove here, is that you can get that quick little lock up, and it makes the fight go much smoother. But you do lose out on some damage.
You do, but not to mention the fact that before we actually go into the next quest where we have to fight something, we will be hitting Polpata for our next weapon anyway, so it's not a big deal.
We have so much money that I buy a hammer as well, just because. Like just for the extra power run level up.
Just for the lulz.
I mean, hammer's the weapon I'm used to, and all events that we're mono hammer, we have it routed so we don't do Davila early. So by the point we hit her, we've got 233 power, and nothing is a problem.
Yeah, because of the placement of the Mindus ruins here, Davila is a little bit higher level than we would like, but we sacrifice it for a boss that's going to be coming up in a little bit, which is Lebane.
Yep.
And Lebane is a much bigger pain in the butt.
Yes. And then here again, we're kind of clearing our plate to some degree. But yeah, we were really rushing that bottled spirit, that mine. We wanted to get that place early and close to home, as Lemur was talking about, and we have done both. Great. For Lebane.
So this is technically also a Jumi storyline event, even though it doesn't have the Jumi symbol, but we are going to be looking at one of the blue sapphire jewels here. Hey, get over there. How dare you?
Yeah, and if you talk to Alex in Geo later, you can actually... Alex will describe all of these incidental gem type, all of these incidental gems. Like they'll talk about like the whatever this is called, the Ocean's Eye, and
Oh yeah, the Jewel of the Ocean or something like that. Oh wait, no, that's the Heart of the Ocean. And I'm thinking of Titanic.
I think it's Titanic. There was room for El Azul on that door.
Similar to Flame of Hope, this is another run around and talk to people quest, though luckily it is a good bit quicker.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it involves the basket fish, who is not the nicest being.
Alright. Yeah, we learned spin. We got spin. Or if we learn counterattack, we got counter-strike. Alright.
But you can see Inspector Boyd is here, again, failing miserably at his job.
How we do?
I like that he calls us impressive for asking him the same question 3 times.
Yeah, exactly. His definition of thorough is really weak. Like, you're supposed to ask him one of each question because that's what you would do casually, but the trigger is just on asking him any 3.
You asked me the same question 3 times.
You
I
must
know
be very
you are.
I'm impressed.
It does technically open up other quests related to that soldier that's kind of walking around there too.
Yep.
But we're not going to be doing any more of those.
No, that's what all events is for. If you want to see a run that's like 2 hours longer, and 2 hours and change longer, and does every event, that's the all events category. You can find, you can look after runs of that. That said,
if you want to add another 5 hours on top of that, you can check out Platinum %.
Heck yeah, you can.
Yeah, you got a whole day to kill, 13-hour run. There you go.
It's only 10.5, right?
I thought it was 13. Did it get down?
I think Monocold had it at 13, and Racco got it lower than that.
Rocco?
Not Racco, sorry.
Bonus, right?
Sorry, Fonus. Sorry, not
okay.
Rocco. Sorry, Rocco. Not committing you to running flat %.
All I heard was Rocco is running plat % this weekend. It's okay, Rocco. We love you. We won't peer pressure you too much. Only a little bit.
You won't even do all stories, so I don't think it's fair to pressure Rocco into platinum. Or all events, rather.
We might be able to pressure him into all stories, though, because...
I think you could get somebody into all stories. It's not that much longer.
Yeah. It's like doing 2 fairy runs, basically.
Basically. And the RNG is much less of a factor.
True.
Once you've got the big hammer, enemies have much less time to ST you. So the RNG actually goes way down. That's one of the things I enjoy about the longer runs in this, is when you get to bring tempering to bear, a lot of your RNG gets pushed to the front of the run, and then once you're an hour and change deep, right, like the RNG is mostly gone. Not completely, but like the worst of it is gone, compared to in the shorter runs, you end up having to lean on drops and bosses that take longer. And so getting your best runs there is a matter of RNG, more so than it is in the longer runs.
Yeah, there's so much that can go wrong in any given fight in the shorter categories that when you get to the longer categories, just eliminating the time enemies have to do anything pretty much will drop your RNG drastically.
That is the plan.
I mean, yeah, basically. As somebody who was individual events for so long, being able to do this and actually get the tempered weapon for the first time was it was like revenge.
Yeah, I feel that.
Especially for Fairy, especially.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice feeling the first time you go up to one of those like really annoying bosses like Boreal or Acrovator, and you just spin and he dies, kill him in one hit.
Yep. So I don't think we talked about Wiggle. The Wiggle.
Not really, no.
Yeah, so what you've probably been seeing throughout the run is both runners' characters will kind of jitter back and forth just that little bit. Normally when they're moving, you can kind of see the feet do a full running motion. But when they're wiggling, you kind of see them just kind of move back and forth like they're hovering in air. That is called wiggle running, and doing that saves just a handful of frames, like for every few steps, I think. Not a huge time save, but when you add it up over the course of a 3+ hour run, it can be pretty significant.
An STF for this sword. That's a little unusual. I should have at least gotten Maelstrom, I think, but maybe not.
You have to re-equip Spin to get Maelstrom.
I did. Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, I don't know why you don't have Maelstrom.
It's fine. Doink is down anyway. Doinky will be the only Yeti we fight because we're not gonna go hunting Ducati.
Right.
Oh, there's my Maelstrom. Dang it!
Just a few points shy of it.
Yep. Oh well. It's whatever. Doinky is not that bad of a fight. So here is the real kind of start to the Jumi storyline with Elazul and Pearl here.
I'm mad at Drink now.
Uh-oh.
Multiple times he's kicked at me and not triggered the counter, and I'm mad.
Yeah, normally doing doesn't cause too many issues, but every now and again he really likes to be trolly and just start kicking you away or timing your counter out perfectly, extra ST, something like that.
Yeah, we're at 3 STs here. Ugh, that was brutal.
Oh, yeah, that is brutal. Alright, chat, I hope you like bears, because you're about to see them.
Oh yeah, you're about to see him.
Yes, this is where this goes. I'm making sure that I'm putting things in the right place on this map.
Lake left of mines, Lumina south of Popota.
Yep. Just remember, chat, we don't want Gek. No Gek.
No Gak.
No, no Gek. I said no Gek. How dare
No
you,
Gek.
chat?
So I mentioned before how we'll place artifacts in certain positions to get lower levels of enemies, but this can also apply to shops. The further away and higher level that an artifact is, the better shops you will get inside of the town that is placed. So you see here, they're kind of placing Lumina a bit further off to the side than you would expect. This is to get the shop up to a high enough level for the material that they want to buy.
Yep, this is very specifically for the tempering route. We want gold, and this is one of the easiest ways to get gold. Because we also get a bunch of money.
Yep. We're gonna swindle poor Monique.
No, we're swindling Gilbert. Like, Gilbert's the middleman here. He has to pay Monique for the full price, right? Like,
Okay,
we're,
okay.
we're swindling Gilbert.
I'm okay with swindling Gilbert. I'm not okay with swindling Monique.
One weird thing here is that Luminax has a different name in Japanese, and you'll see it different on the town map. Roar it says Lumina in English. It says Roar in Japanese. On the map in the lower left, right, like where it says Lumina when you're in Lumina, it says Roar in Japanese.
Huh? Interesting.
Like not in English, like in English letters, it says Roar.
Oh my God, Dead Bear, what are you doing?
Another spot with tight little hallways to move through, another chance for NPCs to get in your way.
Yep.
That Dead Bear has been a big jerk lately. Alright, now get out of my way. And here is the most unfriendly dead bear in existence. I want to have full gold going into the second part of town here, honestly, so that I can make sure I get everything I need, including one more weapon for myself. So we're gonna pick up a feather here, and then we're gonna go pick up a bunch of crafting stuff from the shop. Is there dead bears in your way?
No, dead bear's been nice so far, though this one on the bridge is looking a little dicey. We'll see in a second. No, we're good.
Huzzah. Alright, so we picked up gold, we picked up the sun crystal in the other shop, we picked up some holy water, and I'm gonna buy me a sword. I need 100 more gold for that. Perfect. So Optimize All works very nicely because if you happen to have any armor laying around, wait, why didn't that equip? It will automatically equip that as well, which is very helpful because we don't really go out of our way to pick up any armor or anything like that. Especially in this run, you're such a high heckin' level, by the time you hit the end of the game, it's not really necessary.
Yeah, there can be a couple of fights where if it goes, unfortunately, some bosses can 2 or 3 shot you if they get a few good hits in, but besides those ones in particular, you're normally pretty safe, but still, it's extra one menu movement to get a little bit more protection.
Yep.
Double checking that I bought holy waters, not ethers. I screwed that up in my practice. They are
Yeah, that
very
would be
different.
bad.
They are very different items.
And here is where we learn that Gilbert is the biggest jerk in video game history. Because he basically insults Monique and her dreams, and is like, oh, I guess I'm not in love with you after all, bye.
Bye. You find out later that they were essentially childhood friends, so it might be the case this romance wasn't that deep to start with. But still, like, this is just pure jerkism from him. This is part of why we don't like Gilbert.
Yeah, Gilbert tries to romance a couple of the ladies in this game, including Monique's sister.
Is she sister or just friend? I thought it was just friend.
Oh, is it just friend? Even so, it's still not a good situation.
No, it's not a good situation. And then also Monique's other friend. One of the lines he uses is, I kid you not, oh, you're so beautiful. If I had a clone of myself, he'd be in love with you. But Ellie's the only one for me, baby. It's like, what? What?
Oh, Gilbert, why?
What is wrong with you?
But Monique does have one of my favorite lines in the game at this point.
One,
yeah, where she's like, Gilbert wants much bigger lamps than the ones I have, but size shouldn't matter.
Yep, no, she's got a good one. There's also a nice pause, at least in the PSX version, right before she says that, right? Like just to kind of let you know what's going on here. Kuma, Kuma, Kuma. Yeah, I found out that the Dud Bears are not named Dud Bears, and that they're using Kuma as their general phoneme instead of Dud, which makes them essentially Pokemon. All right, there's a spoon. Spoon. There's a. Place the underworld to finish off our setup of the mines. We have now gotten the mines to a mana level where the boss we're going to fight is as weak as we can make it, and we placed it as close to home as early as we could have possibly. So with all of our setup ready, let's go to the mines and take out Laban.
Yeah, Laban is basically Tropicalo, but Rockacalo. And
Yep.
it's a much bigger pain in the butt in this game than it is in Secret of Mana.
Yes.
But yeah, we're gonna be in and out of here a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
But first, we have to find good old Watts.
Yep.
May not get lost. That would be good. So I'm trying to maintain a distance from the monsters when I do my spins, because if you get too close to the monsters and you spin, and it varies depending on the weapon, you can make yourself dizzy.
Yeah, how it works essentially is that there's the damage range and then the dizzy range, and if you're in the dizzy range, then you yourself will get dizzy after spinning about 5 times, depending on the number of enemies around you, of course. But if you can thread the needle just perfectly and stay out of the dizzy range and just get that little bit of damage range, then you can just keep spinning and deal with multiple enemies at the same time.
It's only about 3 if in normal fights. It's 5 on bosses. Usually, if you're in normal fights, 3 is enough to put you in spin state.
Yeah.
It depends on how many enemies are around you, I think. So if you're spinning just 1 enemy, then it'll take 5. If you're spinning 2 enemies, then it'll happen 3.
Okay.
If they're both in the dizzy range, that is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yep. It does make a lot of sense.
What? You hush.
We have a moment. I've got a few
Yeah.
donations.
I think so.
I've got one from Agox for $50. With no comment, but thank you very much for that 50. Smelly McTroll said good luck out there in Manaland with a $20 donation. And Regison donated $5 to say, and I might say this wrong, Gak.
Okay.
Yeah.
Darn it, Reg. Fusion, please wear off. Thank you. Actually, let me... Nope! Nope! I was gonna go knock the red head down, and then I was like, yeah, no, I'm gonna cast a spell. Haha.
So before Mecha was talking about how they had set up the map specifically for mind your own business to be at a lower level. That's because Lebane here works a little bit differently than the other bosses. Higher level means higher health, and with Lebane, you deal with their health in chunks. So for each chunk of health that their big health bar has, they will spawn an additional hand. So if you can get it to a low enough level where you drop the health outside of one of those chunks, then you'll only have to deal with 6 hands instead of 7.
Yeah, I've done a route before where I've gotten it down to 5, but the amount of work you have to do to get that to hold is really awkward. Like, it ruins a lot of other pieces of the run.
Yeah, we have to make some kind of concessions sometimes to get everything to be at least a little bit better in balance. And here you have Pokiel. Pokiel is one of the wisdoms. Pokiel is the storyteller. And he tells this amazing story about Watts and his great helm and nothing else because Watts hasn't really done that much. We're gonna go right back in here to pick up Watts' hammer because with it, he will promise us to teach us how to make weapons and use our smithy.
The smithy that he builds for us.
Yes. Watts is pretty amusing as a character. There's another one that we don't... There's another event that we don't see where Watts loses his wallet. And He basically asks us to get materials so that he can craft a new wallet because he wants to pay for something. And he thinks that if he builds himself a new wallet that's exactly like the old one, his money will also be mysteriously back in there. Which is great if it actually worked that way when you lost your wallet, but it doesn't work that way. So yeah, I'm gonna grab his hammer and make my way back up to him, at which point he will, of course, forget that he even asked me to find it and blame me for stealing it.
Yeah, that sounds like what? The Bear Express!
I know where I'm going, I swear. Luckily, you don't have to go too far into the mines to get the hammer back, which is nice. You just have to backtrack a little bit to the beginning. But the Deathbringer Express is even nicer because, of course, you noticed it took us right to the hammer.
It's an extra quest that we have to do. It's not mandatory for completing any of the storylines, but it does unlock tempering, and that speeds up the speedrun by a whole heck of a lot. Mecha was talking before about the hammer they've put together, and that damage boost is insane for this early in the run.
Right. So
We are gonna wreck everything.
yeah, so to kind of contextualize the numbers that we're talking about, the best weapon you can buy in the game is roughly 45 to 50 power. Your best drops in the game are at like 64. We're going to make 180. Right, like that's, new game plus territory of power conceptually. Right, and we're gonna make it an hour and change into the run because we're speedrunners. Why would you make it any later?
Not if you can help it.
Not if you can help it.
And that's part of the reason why it was so important to place a bunch of lands early and get shops to the correct level and get all of the items they need so they could set up this temper as soon as possible.
We're looking at pet names being closed as well, for what it's worth.
Yes. We're just about ready to pick up our rabbite. Thank you, I completely forgot about that.
It's okay.
I'm too busy trying to ask Watts questions.
Yep. 1 million strokes. It's a million in Japanese too. 1000.
Yeah, I mean, you don't actually have to do the 1 million strikes, but you have to ask him all the questions, and that's when he'll be like, I was just kidding about that whole 1 million strikes thing.
The right hit makes the right sound. It's all in the hammer.
Alright, so I am going to go back in and pick up my rabbite. And temper my hammer, make my hammer.
Should be...
Alright, Alfina, I will take the first name that we have for the rabbite.
All right, the name I have for you is Yagamoth.
Capital
Y-A, capital Y, A-G-A-M-O-T-H.
I appreciate this.
Great choice.
Good choice.
And I'll say this is your last call to get a donation in if you would like to affect Mechalinks.
We need to...
Yeah, I'm
Rabbite
walking
name.
in to get my rabbite too, so you've got seconds. Get in there.
Alright, come on, we're gonna do some work.
Name, please.
bunny, all caps. BUNNY. All capital letters.
Yep. My control mapping is slightly weird. BUNNY. I would like to take that bunny.
While we're crafting, because this is going to take a good few minutes, Alfina, if you have anything you want to announce, if you have any donations to read, this is a pretty good time for that.
Good time for it, yeah.
Fantastic. So I do have a $50 donation from Pork Chops for Breakfast. I love that name. I really do appreciate that name. And again, we are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. So all your donations go 100% to NAMI in helping them continue their efforts towards education, support, awareness, and advocacy. And the fact that they do operate a national helpline available Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern, which provides information, referrals, resources, and a compassionate and understanding trained volunteer in supporting the caller. That helpline is at 800-950-NAMI or 800-950-6264.
Big Seed, Firestone, Windstone, Raven Feather, Sun Crystal, Bell Grapes, Holy Water, Holy Water, Holy Water, Holy Water.
And Citrus Squid.
And Citrus Squid. That is what we do to get some essence levels on our weapon, and then strengthen its heavy, reduce the power of its sharp. Strangely enough, hammers aren't supposed to be that sharp, and hammers are supposed to be very heavy. So that kind of works out for us.
Mecha understands the intricacies of crafting a lot better than a lot of other people do.
There's grapes. And yeah, that the result of that is that we will temporarily have not our final hammer, but an extremely strong hammer nonetheless for the next segment of the game.
Yeah, there is one more item we'll have to pick up to add to the hammer in a little bit, but it's pretty dang good for what it is for now.
Yeah. The Citrus Squid is a 25% boost to heavy at the end. We're going to pick up something that will replace that with a 50. Because the last four things that we do, the Holy Waters and then the Citrus Squid, are all multiplying out. Each Holy Water gives us this Cleric card, which is a 50% boost. So we're stacking 50%, right? Like, so 50%, and another 50%, another 50%. So we're going to end up stacking 4 50% by the end of this, and that's big numbers, right? That's how you get the big numbers ultimately at the end of your temper, is you get some levels, and then you multiply it by 1.5 4 times. Plus or minus some of the intricacies of tempering.
Yeah, the one addition in this part, if you're doing a no encounters run, is that we would make a little side trip to the Mono Orchard to kill the monsters there and get the seeds that we need to do this crafting, because we're not fighting any normal encounters, so there's no other place for us to pick up any seeds along the way.
Yep. Where is my squid? That one. Here we go.
So, if you notice that amazing emblem on the way into this quest, we are now into the dragon storyline. So we get drawn down here by Lark, who is a dragoon. He is a very furry dragoon, and he's amazing. And he's like, oh yeah, I want you to meet Draconis, because I need a strong warrior. He has no idea of our battle prowess, whether it exists or not, but he's like, you know what, come on.
Yeah, I mean, and you find out very quickly that he's just pulling people down. and seeing if they can pass the test. And if they can't, no skin off his nose.
Yep. If you die in the underworld, you become a shadow. It's all good. Shadows are cute and candy striped. But we do come across another one of the wisdoms over here. This is Olban. He is the keeper of the underworld. He essentially is going to give us permission to get what we call the baptism of flame so that we can go to the lower levels of the underworld.
Why don't you move that fast normally, Rabbi? I saw you do it. You did it right then. They can give you that bit of NPC programming. I've seen it.
I still feel like the Rabbi moves faster than Guri does. I could be completely mistaken about that, but it feels like the Rabbi moves faster than Guri does. In the Dragon storyline, we take the Goblin Guri, who we pick up in Lumina, for reasons that have to do with speed and all that good stuff, but he moves so slowly!
Yeah, you notice it in a lot of the cutscenes. The pets will move very, very slow across the screen. Unlike what the Rabbi did there, that was an exception. So we try to ditch the pet as soon as we can.
And it's actually even more noticeable now that we're running by default. It used to be that we also walked at that speed in cutscenes, but now we run in cutscenes, all of them, right? And not just the ones we managed to glitch. So. Right, like, so the Rabbi walking is super noticeable, right?
Yeah. Alright, Hito, I need you to not be a massive jerk.
Come on, Hito.
Even with the upgrade, Hito can still be a massive jerk.
Yep.
This boss is one of the banes of Dragon Percent very early on in the run, and just loves to disappear on you over and over again.
Oh yeah, Hito not disappearing once.
Nice.
If only I had that kind of luck in Dragon.
Well, again,
you had that damage in Dragon.
Yeah, exactly.
I know.
Like, that fight goes way faster because of our weapon than it would in other percents.
I know. I can still wish.
I know. You can still dream. Yeah. Oh, there's my Levantine drop.
Are you serious?
Of course I'm serious.
Oh god. So in Dragon, there are 2 big weapon drops that we go for instead of buying or crafting, and that Levantine is one of them, and it has about a 12.5% chance of dropping, so oops. I overmashed, but I've had a 31 try run on Levantine.
Yeah, it loves to drop in all stories and all events, though. The only times you don't need that weapon.
Yeah.
We also kill a lot more of Dark Stalkers in those percents, to be fair.
Yeah, that's true. But still, there's some times where you get
sometimes when you get it first try and you're just like, yep. Should have done a dragon run.
Isn't that how it always is? So we're gonna clear our plate again and put down 3 artifacts this time, which is gonna be Lair's Tower, which we will come back to, the desert, which we're gonna take a very brief hop into for like 5 seconds, and the next part of the Dragon storyline, which we actually need, which is the Norn Peaks. But in case some of you were wondering why we picked up the Rabite if it's so slow and annoying, they're not this dungeon, but the one that comes after it, which is the Bone Dungeon. You actually have to have 3 people in your party to activate the switches at the beginning of the dungeon, or nothing will happen.
Yep, the game kind of lightly hints to you that 3 people are necessary, but obviously as speedrunners, we don't want to wait for the hint. But they only hint you once you get there. So you walk up, there's 3 switches, Lark says something like, 3 people like activate this or something, but ain't got time for that.
Yep. And it doesn't matter what pet you bring with you. Technically, you can bring any pet with you.
Right. So we just picked the one that comes for free.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, in actual single story dragon things, we would actually bring Guri the Goblin, but we're not dealing with that right now. I can't see where did I miss it. There we go. Sometimes, though the scenery is very pretty, it can block where the crystals and things land, and that's less pretty.
Yep.
Really? You can't deal with this thing? Hello? Apparently I can't either.
Hey, Sierra. Nice to meet you. See ya.
Sierra is a great partner. Lark is very cool, very edgy, but not the greatest partner. So these are the dragoons, so to speak, for the next dragon that we're going to encounter, which is Aggravator or Aggravator. And we will have to fight each one of these dragoons as we make our way up the mountain. But essentially, this mountain is a lot of back and forth, trying to find each of the 3 dragoons that we need to fight. So, this is probably another good time to read things, actually.
I like good times to read things. I do have a donation from Sharky for $201.54. Says, let's go Mecha, let's go RPGC, kicking off the weekend with an amazing race. Can't wait to see how the amazing week finishes out. QFG, take my energy.
Thank you.
And I'm going to take the opportunity to remind you guys once again that there are fabulous prizes that you can be entered in to win for if you donate during this run, including a black wireless pro controller, a set of 3 Rabite Hurler keychains, and a Secret of Mana Rabite plush. They're all absolutely adorable, and, well, the Hurlers and the plush are adorable. The controller is a really nice controller. So, if you're interested in those...
adorable controller.
I have an adorable controller. It's an Animal Crossing Pro controller, but I don't quite think that the black wireless Pro controller is going to be under the category of adorable.
Nah, I guess not. It'd still be cool, though.
It is nice. It's nice, black, sleek, and handy. Good controller. I love them.
Pro controllers are very nice, unless you're running this game on Switch.
I'm using a pro controller.
The bounce back doesn't bother you?
Oh, it does, but I've actually pretty much learned not to have it snap back. It's kind of like when you're driving a car, right? Like you have to learn not to you have to learn to let the wheel go or not let the wheel go a certain right amount.
Yeah,
right? Like right? Like it's just you have to be prepared for the amount of snapback. Did you notice how many hits that took, Lemur, for the dragoons?
No, I did not.
It takes 4 or so. It takes 7 in all events. Elements matter, man.
Yeah.
Elements really matter.
They really do.
We only have the Dryad marker on this weapon, and it's a huge difference between when we have Wisp, Dryad, and Air. Anyway, that's tempering inside baseball, so to speak. The elements markers that you can put on the weapon really do matter. In all events, we use that to make our Tropicalo fight a joke. But it's something that I've been trying to find ways to use in other percents as well.
Yeah, the number of possibilities you have in this game with tempers and routes is really astonishing. So finding like just the right setup for what you're trying to do can be a long process, but a very rewarding one once you get it.
Yeah. The order that we put things in the temper can change the elements and the elemental markers that we get on an item. So it's very possible that we could end up with a different marker, and maybe that's good. I do like the Dryad marker in this category, but I kind of do want to test what the fire marker or the wind marker would do.
I am willing to try anything you want to test.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so all 3 dragoons are down. We can make our way up to the top of the mountain, the king of the hill, Aggravator, who will hopefully play as nice as he did. Because Aggravator can also do some very not nice things, even with a powerful hammer.
Yep. You'll find us complaining about various bosses, and when we do, it's almost always because the boss has one or more ways to disappear or teleport and make themselves invulnerable. Aggravator, Hitodama, right? Like, Wolf's actually the only one that just, like, the problem is just straight up that the wolf will murder you. Like, the others are all just teleporting jerks, but the wolf's like, yeah, no, actually, I'm just gonna murder you. I'm gonna use STs all over the place.
I do have to say, though, for Gorgonite, because Gorgonite can also disappear, Lemur's Stunlock strat works pretty dang well on that.
Yeah, it's very true. Yeah.
I mean, here, again, it doesn't matter. But for individual fairy runs, stunlocking Gorgonite is very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in the shorter categories, you'll find, like, with the Gorgonite or other bosses or enemies, you can use normal attacks and get a little stun lock chain going. But, doesn't really apply as much here because of the massive power we have in the hammer, that instead of going for a slower stun lock, you just kind of go for the quick kill, throw out as much damage as you can right away, and hope you avoid any annoying invulnerabilities or special techniques or anything like that. Nice Aggravator.
Oh, man, again, I wish he would be that nice. To be fair, I have had one ever good Aggravator and one ever good Hito, and that was about it.
But you had a good Hito just today.
Well, I mean in Dragon.
Okay, yeah.
Because that's where they can really be the biggest
Where it
jerks.
really matters, yep.
Yep.
And
Wow.
there you always get the next step in the Dragon Quest, but this is what Lemur was talking about with the optional AF. We get the book here. And that's why we cleared our plate there. Because we want the book here. Saves us having to get it elsewhere.
My
Right, if you were to
Aggravator
have-
fight must have been terrible in my PB because I just saved like a minute.
Oh wow, that is a pretty nice time save. I just noticed that.
So
Yeah,
Bone
with
Dungeon is wonky as heck because you need to do two things here. Sorry.
Oh no, it's fine. So here in the Bone Dungeon, we have to do the two quests. There is the field trip that comes up first, which is the opening quest. We've talked about that before, where to unlock things to do in an area, you kind of have to do the opening quest of that area first. And that's essentially what we're doing here.
It's short, thankfully, as opening quests go.
Yeah.
The NPCs have ways of tricking you up, though. They really like to get in front of each other sometimes, and if you talk to the wrong one, then you fail creating the potion, and you gotta restart all over.
Yup.
Minor time loss, but very annoying one.
This is also where we're going to pick up the last ingredient that we need for the hammer as well. So once this quest is done, we will be making a side trek home to drop off the Rabbite and to finish crafting our hammer before we go on to the next quest.
If we have a moment.
Sure.
We have a $500 donation
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
coming in from Agox that says, I suspect one of my previous donations didn't come through to the tracker, so here's another one. Thank you for this amazing event. I know that we saw a $50 donation from you earlier with no comment added, so thank you so much for your generosity. We very much appreciate you. And again, everybody, we are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and every donation goes directly to them, and we appreciate everything all of you have done. That puts us above $23,000. It's actually 23,501, and I know that we can hit 25,000 before the end of this run.
Oh yeah, let's go. Oh boy, I can't wait to get a Brave Blade.
Brave Blade is there for you.
It is all story, so it's bound to happen.
Nope, throat slitter. I still got one more pass through this room though, so it's still possible.
And I mean, you've got a number of shots in Liera's.
Oh yeah, but that doesn't count.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
I do want to throw Counter-Strike on for the lovely Dragoon waiting for us upstairs.
Yep.
As we said before, Counter-Strike is a 8 times multiplier to your damage, and the little mini-boss coming up really loves to just hit you over and over again, so throwing it on, once you see the Counter-Strike, you should see her just get completely one-shot.
Yeah. It happens that the more human kind of shaped enemies tend to be very vulnerable to Counter-Strike because they attack like humans do. I got a throat slitter and a Brave Blade.
There it is.
I only got a throat slitter. Makes me feel somewhat better. Right, stop dancing and hit me. Sierra!
Sierra, please.
That is the other thing that can happen. She really likes to spin around and not do anything sometimes.
Yeah, she has jump and spin equipped. And I agree. Yeah, like that. Just like that.
Yep. Spin, spin, spin.
There we go. All over. Thank you. Here's a place where the terrain can really mess you up. If you don't know she's supposed to drop a key and it gets behind one of these pillars, you don't.
Yeah.
There was
Some
somebody.
we've all been there.
There was somebody in the community that said that like the first time they played the game, they ran into that. It's just like, ooh.
Well, casually, that would be extremely confusing because you have no idea it's even there, so you're just locked out from progressing and you have no idea why.
Yep, exactly.
Alright, Deathbringer, let's go. This is Deathbringer. He killed a lot of Jumi.
That's true. The Jumi decided to fight a war with him that they might not needed to have fought. It's somewhat unclear in the lore whether like who pressed who into that war. Like who was the kind of the true aggressor? But boy, did a lot of things die in that war.
Yup.
Yeah, if you go back into your home, you can access tomes, and once you meet a character or a boss, there'll be some information on them. So there is a lot of, I guess, kind of hidden lore. Not really hidden, but it's not specifically stated, like during game events, that you can find out by going and reading through those tomes if you're interested.
Classic codex style stuff, right? Like, you know, like the FF10 or FF8 codex is where it's like, oh, here's all the lore, just hiding in the menu.
Yep.
Wow, seriously, Jajara? How dare you, sir?
How dare you?
This Rabbite needs to get the heck away from my experience crystals.
It wants to be the strongest rabbit it can be. The biggest tromp it can.
No.
One thing I'll say pets are really, really good at is scaring you about your EXP crystals. They love to just hover right in that area.
And the worst thing is when Guri does it and he's not near you the whole rest of the fight when you need him to be near you. And he's like, oh hey, crystals! I'll take some of those.
I got wall locked there. That was really annoying.
Oh yeah, that's an unfortunate thing that can happen sometimes if you get pushed behind a boss, is that you'll get pushed up against the wall like that, and then you'll just be in the push animation over and over and over again.
Rabbi got 2 crystals there.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think that's how many the Rabbi got in the first round of Jajara as well.
Mm-hmm. I do love the fade, like the battle music fades out too, right? Like when the fade to black happens, it is the lightest of fake outs. Just like, oh, the battle's over. Nope.
This is also, interestingly, the only storyline where you actually see Mana Stones. It's mentioned very briefly in the Jumi storyline, and the Mana Sword is mentioned there as well, but this is the main storyline where that stuff actually kind of shows up.
It's, for what it's worth, the fire, water, wind stones, those are mana stones as well. But yeah, the big mana stones only show up here.
Yeah.
And if I believe correctly, the Jumi cores are also a form of mana stone, right? That's why they're so sought after.
They definitely have mana power, according to our favorite summoning circle.
Say bye to the Rabbi.
Bye to the Rabbi.
Bye, Yaga. Alright, let me take my hammer off so that I can actually forge it, because you can't forge stuff when you're equipped it.
Very true. Be sure to send to your pet to Ring Ring Land in case Ring Ring Land.
I forgot to pick up the horn. Well, I'm gonna work with a weaker hammer then. I mean, it's not the biggest deal. It's fine.
Where are the backup horns? Lemur, you know what you know they are.
The backup horns.
There's a backup horn in the forest, right? Like, find the one in White Forest. Like, let her know
where it is.
Forest or Leucemia, I thought.
There's one in the forest, for sure. There's one in White Forest for sure. I just don't remember where it is.
Alright, I put the rat bite into Ring Ring Land just in case.
Yep. And I did the same.
It's really not the biggest deal to forget the drain horn.
Yeah, it's not a huge deal. I know that there's a backup that's reasonably en route. So if you want to get it or not is your call.
I'm happy to get it if y'all can tell me where the heck
that's
it
what
is.
I'm saying, like, Lemur, look it up because...
let's see. I gotta
I
find
know
those
there's-
maps.
I will be happy to pick it up once I'm there, because I gotta go get Gorgonite anyway. So.
Right, exactly. We've got some time because of Gorgonite.
I knew I forgot something.
There is the Giant's Horn. Switching out those 25% that we got from the Citrus Squid with a 50%. Finishing off our Hammers of Power. It's not as important as the rest of the hammer. Like, RPGchick is right. Like, you could live without it, but 188 is a larger number than 161.
Let's put it back on, Dustin. There we go. Okay. Let's put our STs back on. Destroy you in one spin. I love this hammer.
It's real good. Penguin Pirates.
The Penguin Pirates.
Penguin Pirates, exactly.
This is the only event we're really gonna see with them because we don't do Medora Beach, we don't do the pirate ship. So enjoy the penguins while they last. Thank you, Lark, for actually doing something. Besides standing there and looking pretty.
Lies. Lies.
Lies that Lark actually did something? Yeah, I know.
Exactly.
Sierra is a really great partner. Black Pearl is a really great partner. Dana is okay.
Dana's okay. She stuns really well.
Yeah.
That's the thing I like out of her.
I believe I found the Giant's Horn, as long as this guide is accurate. And I'm reading the map correctly.
If Elf's around, you could double check with him. I know he's aware of that backup as well.
So when I get to White Forest, where do I look for it?
So right from the start, instead of going left, you're going to go right, and then all the way at the right side of that next screen should be the chest with the Giant's Horn.
Okay. So I have to go one screen out of my way. That's not bad.
Yeah, it's like I said, like it's not exactly on route, but it's really close, right? So, but
it's better than going back into the Bone Dungeon.
oh yeah, no, like it's like going in Bone is not an option, right?
Yeah.
Not unless we were doing Deathbringer 2.
Right.
So yeah, no, it's pretty close to en route. In all events, it's a much bigger deal. The difference between having Giant's Horn and not is the difference between a Tropicalo that takes you like 30 seconds and a Tropicalo that takes you like 3 minutes. Right. So like in all events, you want that backup, whereas here it's less relevant.
It's a little less detrimental.
Yeah. Yep.
Alright, thought I missed one down there. Alright, we are almost to the end of this area if the fairies would get out of my way. This is actually going to unlock a fairy quest line that we're going to do much later in the run.
Yep. That's the big reason we're doing this, is to unlock that. To unlock search for fairies later.
This is Tote, by the way. Tote is also one of the wisdoms.
Yep.
All I think of when I see Tote is Yordle the turtle, though. And this little scene is kind of interesting. So, of course, the Penguin Pirates are all worried about their captain, and Tote's like, well, you know, we can, you guys can be the bait, and we can let our heroine here defeat the monster. And the penguins are like, is it a big monster? And the tortoise exaggerates ridiculously by going off screen and being like, yes, it goes from all the way over here to all the way on the other side.
The other thing I like is that Tote doesn't really know you, but they volunteer you for murder duty here. So
Yes.
every time I'm kind of like, have you heard about me? Have you heard about this giant hammer? Have you heard some stories about me murdering things with the giant hammer?
Or as
I guess I'll do it. Fine.
Or as
Fine.
Quexel calls it, the croquet mallet of death.
Fine. I guess I'll hit it with the hammer.
The rest is up to you. Guess what? You have no choice.
Yep. Yeah, Tote doesn't really give you an option, but your character looks so shocked, right? Like it does on like the stun pose. And
Yup.
so I'm like, what? Have you heard something about me? Has my long trail of murder gotten to your ears? And Niccolo does the same thing. Like Niccolo's like, at the end of Nick Calls It Quits, he's like, by the way, this is the hero. Slayer of villains and monsters. So if you want to live to lead a ripe old age, you better pay me the money you owe me.
NPCs using us for their own good.
Yep.
Poor Penguin Pirates. They never want to go on land again.
Totally fair. We placed that so early, it folds so quickly. Just dies so fast. Lark! You did not need those crystals!
Wow.
Lark
Took
got
almost
two
all of
crystals
them.
there. He
Oh my
grabbed one
God.
and moved right into another. Like, Lark! What? I was stunned because it almost never happens. You just beeline for the crystals.
Let's make a side trip here.
Levels aren't a huge difference. They're essentially 1.25 power and a bunch of other irrelevant stats per level. So they don't move the needle a huge amount per, but over time, you know, miss one level here, miss another level there, and pretty soon that's real damage.
Thank you. Got my giant's horn. We're good.
All right.
I will
Awesome.
I'll craft it before I go back into the underworld.
Yeah, that's the right time to do it.
Much appreciated.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, in all events, that backup's required. I knew it's was only like one thing off. I just didn't have it memorized. It might be in the all events notes. If not, I should really add it. Because it really is. It is a run killer, or at least it's a PB killer.
Yeah.
You'll have to fight Tropicalo without the new hammer.
Yeah, it's
It's
a
one
nice
of the-
little backup. I wasn't aware of how quick it was until I looked it up.
Yeah, that's like I said. Like I know that Elevated had looked it up before, and Fonus was aware of it too, because of their work in Platinum Percent. They want the ability to max out a lot of weapons to speed up their
Yeah.
action or grind, right? So like they're like, I know where all the sharp claws are. I know where all the giant's horns are, right? So
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, that's-
Elevated is our other very big all events runner.
yeah. But that's why I was somewhat familiar with it because of those two.
Hey, I'm glad. It
Mhm.
means I don't have to deal with Draconis with a weaker hammer.
Yeah.
'Cause Draconis is as easy as he will be at this level. He's still got that wonky hitbox.
Yep. Elevated has does an all events monthly type thing, just kind of a small monthly promotion, or not monthly now that he's got a job that's got weirder hours, but he used to be kind of a monthly thing where he'd kind of do all events runs, and we've done races of that, right, like kind of semi-casually, and so in those, right, like there's a lot of kind of like us discovering we're telling each other backups, right, like as we go, as we miss something, or like figuring out how to reset the dud bears or stuff like that. We're just like, okay, right, like we would have ripped a run here, right, like, but we figured out how to reset dud bears, yay, or stuff like that, right.
Yeah, there's so many different things that go on in this game that you really need the community to have your back when you're looking for new options. You can only discover so much on your own, so sharing information is always the way to go.
Yeah, and I will say this community is very chill. They're very good peoples. And if you are interested in running any of these categories, I mean, you're welcome to join us. We have guides, we have bare bones guides, we have old fantastic guides.
Now, with the HD remaster, like it's not just a PSX or PSX2 or emulator game. It's now legitimately, right, like on every mod, like it's on Switch, PS4/PS5, and Steam. And it's been out long enough, they should be removing the DRM from it on Steam shortly, hopefully. Yeah, so it's really, the ability to bring this to the modern era has made me really happy. You know, Square's done a number of remasters this year. Saga Frontier remaster was great. This remaster was a true surprise and delight.
Sorry, Vidis.
Seeing Fidis and Sierra, this can be a tricky fight in the Dragon Percent single story category.
Ideally, you put Counter-Strike back on.
Right, yeah, that does help a bit. You dealt with her pretty well though, but
Oh yeah, she
can-
just kept spinning, so it wouldn't have worked anyway.
For me, I do the all-event strategy, which is blammo. Blammo every boss.
Oh,
Until there
Blamo's
are
not
no
bad
more.
either. I never even thought of doing Blammo. That's actually a really good idea. Thank you.
Yeah, we legitimately we blammo almost every boss in all events, right? We just hope. And I've got a pretty good feel for what to do to make the bosses not like ST or teleport out of the way, right? Like, at least it's reasonably consistent for me. And Elevated has been able to repeat it. Essentially, we have the strong feeling that the enemy is input reading us, and so if we hold down into the right before Draconis and before what's his name? Before Irwin as well.
My imprints are getting a little eaten here.
There we go. Alright, Sierra, let's do this. This would be a lot cooler if we couldn't also do this. What Sierra's about to do. This is a, like, oh wow, Sierra is you know, a strong fighter moment.
Yeah, she is quite powerful in her own right.
Yeah.
Was it you, Yaga? Did you eat my inputs?
Don't eat input. No bark. No bark.
This is the penultimate story quest for the Dragon storyline, by the way. So once this is done, there are a couple of other little side quests we have to do, but for the most part, we're going to be moving on to Jumi once this is done.
When you say the Dragon storyline, you mean the Dragon Run. Right, like this is the last in the Dragon story, but in the Dragon Run, this would be the penultimate quest.
Oh yeah, I can brains, yes.
It's fine. You had to work today.
I did.
Uh,
Students ate my brains. It's all good. So while we are making our way down to the depths of the underworld, if you have anything for us, Alfina, this is a good time.
I always have something to say. I do
I'm
have
okay with this.
I do have a $20 donation from Crow that says, Data, it's good to see speedruns of recent rush of Squaresoft remake. I actually have a copy of the original Legend of Mana despite not owning a PlayStation, and I want that Rabbite plushie. I don't blame you for wanting the plushie.
I can't find it in myself to blame them either.
No. Having a good disc, though, I can think of maybe a Magical Gnome wants that to replace their disaster.
Wait, didn't Gnome get a new disc? Isn't it slightly less cursed now?
I think they did.
It's still runnable and usable for submission, but it does not load the final cutscene.
Okay, we're down to just the final cutscene.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be valid in Japan. As usual with Japan, they do, right, like beginning to save, right, like beginning to final New Game Plus save.
It actually breaks at the perfect point because he can get the last hit in on Mana Goddess, and then it breaks. Yeah.
Gnome definitely has some cursed things.
Mm-hmm. So yep, here we see Lark. Draconis giving Lark his reward. Lark's whole plan was, Draconis will fight me fair and square once I give him all this power. Yeah, no, that didn't happen. Didn't happen at all.
Lark is adorably naive. I'd say the biggest thing about learning these runs, for anybody who is curious, is kind of learning your way through some of the more labyrinthian dungeons, like the Underworld, like Laris Tower,
Definitely. And the art style is very beautiful, but the change from that art style to maneuverable space can be awkward and strange at times. You will go down and then come out right. You'll be blocked by things you didn't think could possibly be edges of the terrain, right? Like when you're trying to get your really good times, you're just trying to make sure that you don't get caught on some of the weird visual angles, right? It's very not. It's not just like big square screens, right? Like it's very,
There's a lot of odd little corners you can get caught on, and if you don't know the way you're coming out of a loading screen, then you can lose a little bit of time to re-entries and stuff like that. So it's a big thing to pick up on.
When I got started, I would definitely easily just go right back in the same exit I just left, right? Like a good 10 times a run in all events. Just like getting those numbers down, right? Like especially when it's back on PSX, so those were like disk loads, not not SSD loads or flash loads.
Yeah, and PSX, the loads used to take like 7-8 seconds, like both ways, I think, or one way.
Yeah. I don't miss those load times.
I don't miss them either. I do miss Blagurble, but I do not miss those load times.
I miss a woo. That's what I miss.
Oh yeah, I miss a woo a lot. Definitely.
For those of you who have no idea what we're talking about,
you'll find out about it in a bit, like a couple hours.
Yeah, just a couple of hours. It's fine.
Stay tuned until then. You gotta keep them coming. Gotta keep them here for the content. Can't just tell them now.
Okay, I'm in favor of this. I'm in favor of this. Draconis' castle is... Oh, it's so amazing. Especially because a lot of the passageways and staircases look very, very similar to one another. So it's like, as pretty as this game is, when you have certain things that look very samey, it makes it a little bit difficult to kind of navigate your way sometimes.
It's also got unclear unlocks of the pit traps. So like there are paths that will drop you into other paths, and it isn't obvious the first time you play the game when those become available, or like when those become unlocked. So like it's definitely they become unlocked when you don't have two gems of a different color across from each other. In this case, you had a blue, a green, and a red all across from a pail, and so you have to clear the blue, the red, and the green gems before you can make it across that bridge we just tried to cross.
And falling into a pit trap can be very disorienting, and you lose your sense of direction completely unless you already know, have memorized the castle routes.
Yeah.
So falling into one of those can be a real big bummer.
Yep.
Rude. Sky Dragon did their second rudest move. They did not turn me into a snowman.
Yeah, that Sky Dragon likes to be a jerk. That one in specific, I think, is one of the most trolly.
I definitely had my time with the one on the Mana Tree.
That one just spawns in a really awkward position.
Like, you gotta run up behind him, and
Here we're gonna fall in another pit trap because we've got reds across from blues. Thankfully, this takes us right to the red gem.
Yeah, any pitfalls that we're actually undertaking are things that we must fall into to make the trek through here. Or at least make it faster at any rate.
Yeah.
I didn't even see Sierra steal my experience crystals. When the heck did she even grab one? Darn it, Sierra! Just in case it wasn't clear the first time or the second time.
It's real good. Like I said, like getting it, it's the power that we had the hammer of all stories, of all events before I tuned that one up. Like that was like, and that was with 2 coins, right? Like 2 free coins in that route.
Yeah.
All right. There was a lot of, I mean, there's a lot of power left on the table because people hadn't spent the time tuning it up, but that was one of the things I was really excited to be able to contribute when I spent my time with those routes.
Yeah, you've really worked some magic with these tempers, both this one and the all events one.
Mm-hmm. Just finding little places like the Raven Feathers it provides a temporary shade ability to raise shade and enough energy to raise it 1 level, and that's just another level you can squeeze on, right? Then we get the Sun Crystal, and we do the same thing. And if you do Shade before Sun, you can raise them both, and it's fine, right? You can just squeeze that right in and just squeeze a little more power into things, as long as you're willing to stop and get the ring.
Like I said, there's a lot of intricacies to the tempering, and Mecha understands them a lot better than a lot of us do, myself included.
Yeah. Spent a lot of time in the tempering mines, specifically for like this purpose, right? And see, now all of the gems are off, and we can successfully cross to Draconis. And Draconis will act like he doesn't know who Sierra is. Doesn't make any sense at all. Oh, a Dragoon?
I've never seen you before. You are completely a stranger to me.
A Dragoon? Who could this be? Now, Tiamat. This music definitely got a good tune-up. Won't last long, though.
Yeah.
Jump, jump, and he's dead. Alright.
That's one of the spots where it's been found that you can manipulate the boss with your inputs.
Mm-hmm.
Right there, you were holding down right, and then just immediately use Blammo, and he did the same 2 flies, and then you hit him.
Either he will do 2 flies, or he will do fly into the 6-way claw, and either way, like neither of those stops you from killing him with Blammo. Right. So yeah, that one works. I've been toying with Irwin, and I think Irwin has a similar pattern. I'm gonna try it again in this run to see if it works. But yeah, in essence, right, like, he acts like you're going to go to the down right. He's like, oh, okay, like, I'll move down right, right? Like, and then, right, like, I'll react to things after that. But you're not. You just immediately jam the S key. And it seems to work. I'll take it. And this is an input break. So it'll be an input break. I don't know if RPGchick is slightly ahead or behind, but
I'm a little behind.
But this is a big input break for both of us. So if there's more you want to say or read, while everybody else is reading the text we cannot jam through, right? Like, everybody gets to read the story here. So if there's anything you want to say, this is a good time.
I do want to take a moment to recognize that we have a bunch of challenges open for upcoming runs that have, some of them have a little bit towards them, some of them are almost met. Either way, I'd love to see some of these great things we have for Persona 5 Strikers. We can fuse and use Mothman. There's the Final Fantasy X AI Task Showcase, if you guys want to see that. And there's a bunch of them. They're worth going and taking a look at, because there's a lot of great challenges that we've got coming up for your donations to go towards. When you saying Mothman, we get a reaction from chat.
Mothman!
I was like, that's the only one I have to read to get a reaction from chat.
Yeah, so right here we're seeing the final cutscene of the Dragon storyline. Throughout the Dragon storyline, we've been going and taking the Mana Stones with Lark, and now we're going back with Sierra and putting them where they belong and bringing the dragons back to life to guard them again.
You know,
And yeah,
it's been showing the autosave logo when we move between scenes in this. I wonder what happens if I load the autosave in the middle of this sequence.
just replay your favorite scene over and over again, I bet.
I don't know. Like,
Oh,
I
if
don't
that
know.
was a way to actually skip the ending cutscenes, that would be a big time
yeah,
save for
I don't
this
know.
run.
Like it's auto saving each like new scene, right? Like that the logo is appearing for a second. Very strange.
Huh. I don't think it would let us skip it completely if it's saving after every single.
Yeah, probably
Uh,
not. But it was an interesting thing.
Dang, if there was only a way to skip past this stuff, it would save like 7 minutes, 10 minutes almost.
I would save so much time.
I tried messing with the autosave a little bit at the end of the fairy storyline, but trying to like end the game before the autosave went through, but every time it would pop up and I'd load back in, I would get the cutscene.
Right.
So it seems pretty spot on from what I've seen so far, but haven't done that much testing on it yet.
Yeah, I haven't been able to find anything weird with it, other than that I can induce fighting the same monster over and over, and actually getting the two controllers version of a fight pretty easily as well by loading off of an autosave in a room. But that's not really useful.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not.
The only thing I could think of is if there's one of the two controllers versions of the save, it gives you a better grind fight. Like if you can get two of a Darkstalker to show up instead of one, or three Danizlevs to show up instead of two somewhere, then maybe that's good. You can get two monkeys to show up, but I'm not sure it's worth it fighting an extra monkey for the chance of an extra claw.
Yeah, one monkey likes to suplex you just enough, in my opinion.
Exactly.
I don't think we need to get double suplexed right now.
It's not a
no.
pretty fight. It's not that much of a gain. Like, but I was when I did that. That was when I did it first. I'm just like, huh. I mean, cute, but I don't see the use yet. That's when I induced the double monkey fight. The 2-player or New Game Plus versions of fight screens have a little more monster to them. Not much, or like just a little. And that's kind of what we're referring to here, is that, you can, since you can now, before you switching to 2-player required that you go to specific places, in some ways, right? Like switching to 2-player control required that you go to save statues.
Right.
Now you can do it on any screen, so you can induce those 2-player fights more easily if they were useful, which we haven't found use for.
Yeah, you'll notice here that as they go through fights, they never fight a set of 4, I believe. There's only sets of 3, except for very specific locations. Whereas in the 2-player, you'll get multiple sets of 4 on various screens.
Yeah, the only set of 4 I can think of is there's a 3 Rabbite, 1 Howler in Fieg Snowfields.
Yeah, that's right.
Like that's the only natural 4 I can think of. But
If you go back to some boss areas, they'll spawn 4. Like, if you go back to the end of Luan, you can get 4 Rabbites on the screen, but I think those are just like little grinding areas they put in case you are looking to farm anything.
makes
Which
sense.
is pretty unnecessary in this game, honestly.
I mean, it's XP grinding isn't necessary, but if you want to do tempering, if you want to do farming, if you want to do monster raising, there's a lot of other farming that you can spend your time on. As RPGchick mentioned, where like after Dragon we go pretty much straight into progressing the Jumi line. So that's where I am, and that's where we are in the Tower of Lieres, chasing after Pearl, who has decided to go alone up the tower without her guardian.
Just Pearl things.
Just Pearl things.
This
We
is
are-
one of the areas you can really see the power of spin, because all of the enemies are grouped so closely together, and you just see fight after fight. They can run into the middle, throw out one spin attack, and everything dies, pretty much.
Yep.
We are getting a little bit closer to choosing Pearl or Elazul, so there is still time to affect that.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, there's a Levantine drop.
And I would like to mention that is currently tied.
Oh gosh! Is it really?
Stop
Yes.
blocking! Iron Centaur just decided to go mono blocks. It's like, what? What was that? Nonsense. Sorry, I'm back.
Cat, how could you let Elazul and Pearl be tied? How dare you?
How dare you?
Benefit of it being tied means one donation can sway that either way.
It's true.
We still have a good bit of Jumi to go, though, so because that's pretty much right before the last story part of Jumi.
Yep. Look at that Pearl blush. Isn't she a cutie? We're just gonna jump down 6 floors of the tower, it's fine. Totally safe. No falling damage. Squoosh!
Hey, you're not allowed to have full damage in games. Any game with full damage is not the best game.
We squoosh when we hit the ground, so it's safe. It's fine.
The tower here is a very large and confusing area if you don't know what you're doing, but when you have a good idea of how to use fast travel, you can get through it pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Elazul, you know, you could ask me nicely instead of threatening me. He's like, take Pearl down to the tower, and if anything happens to her, I will destroy you.
Kill you! I'll take care of the little trash. No, you won't, Elazul. These are the same fights I've had before. These are the same fights I'll have next time I come to the tower. You did nothing. It's that Sailor Moon thing, right? Like, my job here is done, but you didn't do anything.
Yeah, Elazul is...
Darn it, tuxedo mask.
Elazul's not a great partner.
No, he's really not.
He definitely brings some of the worst partners you could have in the game.
Yeah. Why does he have push? I hate that he has push. Ugh. Just pushing enemies out of the way.
Uh-huh.
Ugh. Hates it. We hates it.
Some of the partner characters have amazing ways to troll you throughout the course of a run, and Elazul is probably one of the more notorious ones, I'd say. He has the ability push that Mecha was just talking about, and he can just zoom bosses right outside of your range.
Yeah, he does that with Duinke if you take him to that fight. A lot.
He does it. He mainly does it. I'm used to him doing it with Jewel Beast because I only take him.
Yeah.
I only take him to to the city, but that's still really annoying because it's a deforming attack, and like every deforming attack, it makes something unhittable for its duration. Any
You're
attack.
adorable.
Sorry.
I was just telling Pearl she was adorable, that's all.
She is adorable. Any attack which essentially like seems to morph your sprite, like the ones that squish you or throw you or anything like that, they make you invulnerable. Like you have iframes the entire time, but they also mean you can't do anything when you're the character. But same with enemies, right? Like they can't do anything, but also they have iframes, and usually we don't want our enemies to have iframes. We want them to be dead. All right. Place.
A little too far away there.
Place Geo. Place Snowfields.
But yeah, we get to see a little bit more of Sandra here as she tried to take Pearl's core because jewels that lose their sparkle must be destroyed. But we saved Pearl, so it's all good. Because Pearl is adorable. Bye, Pearl. I'll see you later.
Later, Gator. I like Pearl's bit of angst here. By the way, when she's like, Elazul's looking for Jumi, and if he finds one, right, like, and she's a guardian, right, like, I hope he never finds one, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think that's very, like, I think it's a poignant moment for what is otherwise a very soft, right, like, a non-threatening character.
For now.
For now. All right, that's a rough story, Cathinja. We're gonna go. That is the entirety of the desert we're gonna see.
Yeah, I love it. She's like, I don't know what to do. And it's like, well, I don't know what to do either. We in the Mana community love Cathinja, though, because she gives Gilbert his comeuppance eventually. Not in this story set, but
it's definitely what he deserves.
Yes.
We go home here because to advance some of the stories in this game, you have to go home specifically. It is very annoying for me as a router that this is true. And this is one of those cases.
What's the day that comes right before Aura, by the way? Because I can't brains tonight.
It's Salamander, Aura...
Alright, Salamander. Thank
Salamander, Nora, Ohm... Salamander, Aura, Gnome... Something Dryad, Undine.
Jin Dryad, Undine?
Thank you. I was like... Because I know...
The days of the week matter for this next quest coming up, which is why I asked.
Yeah, the days that we want to target are Aura and Dryad. Those are the days we want to go in on.
Yeah, you're noticing we had to go and talk to Cathinja, leave her, go home, leave, make sure we're on the right day. That's kind of the story with the Jumi route and the Jumi storyline, is that they have a lot of weird triggers that we have to get around to make things progress.
In this case, we are keeping Cathinja away from town so Gilbert doesn't try and fall in love with her. Because that blocks us from doing anything else in Geo. Because
it's all Gilbert's fault. Notice, chat, how it comes back to Gilbert again.
Yep, right. Absolutely Gilbert's fault. But by keeping Cathinja away, and we're saving his life. Gilbert, don't you understand? We're saving your life. And then we're also keeping the principal away, which is important a little later in Lucky Clover.
Yeah, we talked about events blocking other events, and by progressing the Gilbert storyline, we essentially made it so there would be an event in Geo that would block us from doing Lucky Clover. But by going to the desert and talking to Cathinja, we remove the actors that are required for that event to be here. So we do that, then we can go into Geo, and then we can get the Lucky Clover to trigger like we want it to.
And we'll be doing that a couple more times, including the one that I learned that All Stories does that nobody else does. The White Forest skip, so to speak. We do the exact same thing.
When Mecha first rerouted the map, because he also altered that as well, he had the Jumi and the Fairy quests a little bit jumbled up, and the problem with that is there is a little helper dude in the art gallery, and if you do the White Forest fail before finishing all the Jumi quests, you have to wait for him to walk all the way into the art gallery and then all the way back out again.
Yeah, that was real bad. So for now, we're kind of stuck doing Jumi before Fairy.
It's not the worst thing in the world.
Not the worst thing in the world. It just tightens our options.
Yeah. But this is going to be a lot of going back and forth on certain days of the week. So we're going to pick up, eventually we're going to pick up Esmeralda here, who is looking for her sister's stones, and we're going to help her out and help her find them. But it is a lot of back and forth in order to make it happen, because she's technically a student here, and so she's only available on the days that she doesn't have class.
Gnome and Undine Day are the days that she's hanging out in the library. And the only way that we advance time is we go to Denny's. They sleep. We literally sleep at the coffee shop. Or we do all-nighters, whichever. However you want to think about it.
Yeah, similar to Flame of Hope, it's another run around and talk to people quest, but unlike Flame of Hope, you actually have to be paying attention to your triggers and to what day you're on, and making sure you're doing the right Esmeralda talk at the right time, so
right,
it's a bit more focused than some of the other just go here, talk to this person, go there, talk to that person quests.
Yep. In a more casual playthrough, you would expect to do this possibly over like multiple visits to Geo, right?
Right.
Whereas we, as speedrunners, want to do it in one visit to Geo, so we very specifically, like here, we sleep twice because we need to get to Undine or Gnome Day.
If I have a quick moment.
Yeah.
I do have a small announcement. We are currently looking into this, but it looks like there is some outage issues happening with PayPal. So please, if you are donating right now using PayPal, and you don't see it immediately processing, just wait before donating again. It's kind of being held in a weird space before moving forward, being held in an escrow until it moves actually all the way up through. So if you are donating and you're not seeing your donation look like it's coming through, it's not being read, there's some issues going on with PayPal that we are working with their support to try to get those resolved. Thank you, I just wanted to get that out there.
PayPal, why? We're trying to host a charity marathon here, darn it.
It's
PayPal,
that bad
please.
luck timing. So yeah. There were some concerns that a couple donations hadn't gone through. People were wondering what's going on. It looks like there's some kind of an in-between us and PayPal, and we are trying to communicate with them and see what we can get resolved.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting everybody know.
Much appreciated. Although we do have some time if there's anything else you want to talk about, because we're going to be going back and forth for a couple more minutes yet.
I do want to mention one thing real quick. What you just saw there, me getting the jewel in the principal's office, doesn't work if he's there. And to make him not be there naturally requires a lot of work, which is another thing we get out of keeping the principal busy in the desert. I referred to that earlier. Okay.
I do have a donation that came through from PX for $20 that says Pearl must win, which does put Pearl ahead by $20 at this point.
Yes.
I approve of this. Black Pearl is amazing, even though she's the slower choice, but she is amazing. first. Let's not forget that.
And I saw some comments in chat about the fact that one of our runners is running in English and another person is running in Japanese. And so I want to take this opportunity to give a shout out to all of the people involved in our foreign language restreams. We have our German restream at twitch.tv/Germensch and our Japanese restream at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. If those restreams can help you enjoy the marathon, go check them out and send them some love. You can type in !restreams in the chat to get that information.
Yeah, the Japanese restream has been very active in reaching out to understand the run. And so I figured the least I could do in return is figure out how to run it in Japanese to kind of help that out. Since there were races where like we get to do both, right? Like we get to serve multiple people, you know, by having one person in English and one in Japanese.
I think it's a great way to showcase not only little changes between the games and different languages, but also being really friendly to all of our communities across the globe and everybody getting to participate.
Yeah, LOM has actually a very interesting history. Its first conversion from Japanese to English had a number of significant mechanical changes, which made figuring out tempering, a very opaque system, hard in the very early days. And it made the speedruns different. The PSX Japanese speedrun and the PSX US or other region speedruns are different because of those changes. Right now, the remaster is unified in terms of mechanics on the US version. But yeah, so there's been a kind of an interesting history of the two communities.
Also, you kind of got to see another one of the Jumi here, which was Diana in the basement of the art palace. She's like, I don't really want to say the head of the Jumi, but in a way she kind of is.
She seems like the acting queen, more or less.
Yeah. But she's basically like, I don't want to be a Jumi anymore. I told the Jewel Hunter to come steal my core. So...
Yeah, I thought, steal my core, like, can we end this? Right, like, end this whole thing? Right.
Because basically the Jumi know that they're dying, so Jumi used to be able to shed tears, and their tears could heal cracks in the gems and things like that. But there was only one Jumi after a while who could cry tears of healing, and that was Florina, and Florina disappeared at some point, and nobody really knows where she went, so nobody can really get healed anymore, and that's why Diana, it's just kind of like everything is falling apart and we're doomed as a race.
Yep. And that's why Esmeralda's line there is, the Jumi will cry again, I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
You can't just walk down the stairs, you have to be teleported down them.
I know, it's so frustrating. And there's Detective Boyd, of course, late as
usual. Yep.
Also, the little narrow passageways of Geo here are really annoying sometimes because you will slide right off the scenery.
Yeah. But yeah, Boyd's like, it's like Esmeralda, no matter what you say, Esmeralda, like, I'm gonna go back to the academy. Immediately, Boyd's like, oh, and you got kidnapped.
5-second loading screen and she's gone.
Yeah, that's all it took. Just took a loading screen.
Alright, can we not? Oh my gosh,
You
okay.
can go in the jewelry shop and pick up Elazul there. We don't, obviously, it's slower. But, like, if you were following kind of like the expected route, you're kind of expected to grab Elazul, and he has more dialogue there. But none of that sounds like a good idea to me.
I don't really want Elazul around any more than I need to have him around.
Yeah, me neither.
So yeah, chat, if you want to shore up those numbers and make sure that we take Black Pearl to the Bejeweled City instead of Elazul, I'd be really appreciative, actually.
Yeah.
Or
yeah,
you can take Elazul and save the frames.
It's true. Elazul is the save the frames option. We take him
Yeah.
normally.
Yeah.
as I replayed the game a little more casually when the remaster came out, and so like I kind of poked around more at things like that, like kind of like, you know, going off of the speedrun route to remind myself of how it worked when you weren't doing the speedrun route. And so that's one of the things I discovered was that, oh yeah, that's right, Ellis like wants to interact with this plot line normally.
By the way, we're gonna take a small detour here, and we find this poor Sproutling is done for, but we find out, oh, it's fine because it's gonna go become part of the Mana Tree, and it's all good. And little Cactus gets super cute and super excited and runs off.
We're all part of a big tree, even me. You too. Did it back? Oh, he's so happy to discover this fact.
Little Cactus is so adorable.
Yeah.
We also get the beginning of the little sorcerer's quest here as well, which we will do not too far from now.
Yeah, it's not too far out. He has a really good line in the desert. I didn't skip Pokio. We're gonna watch this plot. I overmashed, and now we're gonna watch this bit of plot exposition. But he has a really good line in the desert. He makes some desert dessert puns in English. I don't know what the puns are in Japanese.
But yeah, ideally, you want to say no to Pokiel. You don't want to listen to him. And leave the screen and come back, because even if you say no to him and you walk back in, you still get some of the dialogue.
Yep. No, you have to say no and leave the screen to completely dodge all of this. You dodge like half of it if you just say no. All right, finally.
If you say no and then re-enter, you get the ending part of that talk scene where he just starts walking away towards the door. So significantly less text boxes, but still is faster to say no, leave the screen, and make sure he's completely disappeared.
Yep. For what reason do we and the world exist?
Zach being all philosophical on us.
Legend of Mana got to it before the Good Place did.
That is a heck of a show, no pun intended.
No, it is. But I mean, that's like the core question of it, right? Like, for what reason do we exist? Right? Like, that's exactly what... Because he trapped the Sproutling specifically to be like, we want peace, we want stability, right? Like, whereas the Wisdoms are like, we want freedom, right? And so there's that push-pull, like the push-pull we see in SMT, the push-pull we see all over the place, right? Like, you know, stability, peace, right? Stability and, you know, some sort of peace, like bland, you know, almost inhuman peace, or, right, like freedom, chaos, you know, pain and risk. Right, and so, like, there's the same thing here. And then, like, that's before he lets you into the dream space, he says, like, for what reason do we exist, right? Like, do we exist for, right, stasis, or do we exist for change? Right, and then he lets us through. So, assumingly, he was convinced.
By the way, speaking of Lupin the Third references, calling cards, anybody?
Calling cards, yep.
Sandra basically leaving her calling cards for her next target area.
Yeah. Yeah, once you get going on Jumi, there are these, like, helpful guides to keep you, you know, somewhat en route. Right, like, Ellis will hang around at home, right? Like, so you run into him. Right, like, then you have the card sequence.
Yeah, the 2 card sequences are rather helpful.
Yep.
Even if they warp you back inside for some very odd reason that I still have not figured out.
No idea why, very annoying. Wish it didn't do that. Again, as a router, it bugs me.
Messes up your day counts, right?
Messes up my day counts. Messes up my day counts. Gives me more entries to deal with. So I have to try, and in all events, right, like, we try and use those re-entries. We do get a chance to reuse one of those entries in the one for for Alexandrite, we actually get to use it effectively to finish Rachel, which is one of the most techie things we've done with the day count and routing. It's just like the forced re-entry lets us advance to the final day of Rachel quest. And it's just like, okay, we did it. You made us do it, so we're going to use it.
But yeah, for individual Jumi, it's not
just
a thing.
annoying. It's just annoying.
This music is so good. I love Sandra's music.
Yeah. I mean, and but it's going to be in the anime, right? Like, so, like, she's going to get the anime cutscene with her music, right?
Oh
like,
my
you know it, right?
God, they need to finish that. They need to finish it because I need to watch it.
I know, it's going to be so good. They're going to get to use her music as an intro in the anime. Like, it's going to be everything that it's hinting at being here.
I know. I cannot wait.
I've been trying to forget that that's happening, because every time I remember, I get really hype about it, and then I realize it's still a long ways away.
Yeah, they had announced in one of the recent Mana celebrations that, yeah, they are the re-release of Legend of Mana somewhat ties to the fact that they were going to do the Jumi arc as an anime.
Yeah, I think it was stated that that was like the main inspiration for like getting really going on the remaster, was that an anime was in the works, and
Right.
once they heard about that, they're like, oh, we should really get this game out.
Yeah, really get this on all modern platforms. Just give me the power to fight. And it's Black Pearl.
Yes, this is the amazing Black Pearl that you want us to bring to the Bejeweled City. You want it to happen, chat. I know you do.
She has
Look
a
how
hammer.
awesome exactly, look how
She
awesome
has a
she is.
hammer. We have a hammer.
I'd say her hammer is significantly cooler looking.
It
Yes.
is.
There are no cosmetics in the tempering system. Just all the hammers look the same. Hers looks much cooler though.
But just a little gist of storyline that was kind of going on there. Sandra was trying to kind of talk Pearl into shedding tears, and Pearl's like, I can't do that. That's not a thing.
Right. Like with Sandra's been trying to induce people into crying. Like with Rubens, it's like she bullies him into crying. Like cry and beg for your life. Right? Like she's trying to induce Jumi into crying, right? Like for some reason. And when they don't, she cacks them. Right? Like that has been her pattern. And like she did the same to Esmeralda, right? Like I can't cry for my sisters. Right? Like, okay then. Right? Like, yeah. So she's just trying to induce Jumi to cry for some reason.
Yep, and here we're gonna go up and down the stairs a bunch of times to make things faster.
Yep.
Basically, we want Elazul to go on his merry way and go after Black Pearl, but we need to wait until he disappears from the bed, which is like 4 up and downs.
I think it's
There we go.
5.
5
yeah.
in total, yeah.
Yeah.
Like again, this is a thing where naturally, right, like if you're talking to little cactus, right, like eventually you'll induce him to leave, right, and then you can proceed with the Jumi quest. Since this is a speed run, eventually isn't good enough.
I ain't got
Yeah,
time
you
to wait
can,
for that.
You can naturally fall into a lot of the Jumi quest lines, but the game really wants you to wait and do them like spaced out, you know? The game really wants you to go and do these other events and then kind of naturally fall into what's going to happen with Jumi. So a lot of this routing is finding ways to speed that up and getting the exact triggers so we can immediately jump from one event to the next.
And we're gonna climb our way back up Lyra's tower.
Yep.
To do so, hopefully without Elazul being too much of a massive jerk about what he actually does and doesn't do.
Unfortunately, you do have to take him. It's gross.
Yeah. It's fine. It's totally fine.
Darn it, I tested that and it's the second response again. Elazul. So soon. Elazul
And
is
it just got
fun,
2
too.
Brave Blade drops. I want to cry.
Elazul
Only
is
this
so
game had
good.
dual wielding.
I know.
Yeah.
Could you imagine how amazing that would be, even if it was just 2 one-handed swords? Wow, that was a lot of lag.
I've had
I get some weird lag lately. I don't know if y'all do.
I had one lag burst on Luan Highway. I don't think I've had any others. There was no reason for it. Like there was no like, oh, like this is really hard. No, just Luan Highway doing Luan Highway things.
Yeah, that is one thing with the remaster is that like it's faster pretty much across the board, but then randomly it'll have these little lag spikes. And that's something PSX doesn't have, where it's slower across the board, but you don't normally get these random lag spikes. They're in very specific areas that you'll get them.
You would think with a more modern platform you wouldn't get these random laggy spikes, but
I'm not sure. I mean, even the Steam version has much improved. Like at the beginning, the Steam version actually had a lot of lag spikes, and now that's much improved apparently. But I don't know if they still have these little bursts like we do on Switch.
yeah, there was some extremely bad lag with the power cancels on the Steam version at the beginning. They did fix that as far as I know.
They did fix that.
The only other place where it lags and it's kind of really annoying is when you're placing artifacts, it lags.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these are things that you don't really notice casually, but when it comes to the speedrun, they can really add up and be really, really annoying.
Azul! Dangnabbit!
I like Lapis Lazuli as a gem. I think that it is a beautiful blue laced with gold, right? Like there's a lot of potential there. But Elazul, you complete jerk! You're ruining the beauty of that gem for me.
Yeah, he just went and kicked the mallard across the screen. I was like, really?
Of course he did.
Really?
Pretty amusing on my end, because I have a little bit of a delay, so I just hear one of you yell Elazul or another NPC's name, and all of a
And
sudden
you
I
just
see
rub your
it.
hands together and you're like, oh boy!
Here it comes!
I'm doing the same thing.
Well, at least this is the last time we have to come back into this tower.
Yeah, this is the last visit to Liera's. And we don't have to go down it this time.
Yep. Also very nice.
Yep.
Black Pearl will take care of everything. This part is so weird to me. Elazul is like the door of fate only opens if you know the person inside of it. Yet it doesn't open for Elazul, but it opens for us.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why it opens for us, but I'm fairly confident the reason it doesn't open for Elazul is because he knows Pearl, and Pearl's not who's in there.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's very clearly that right now Black Pearl is in there.
Yeah, that I get, but the
That
whole
part I get, but I don't get why we can open it. Like,
yeah,
that,
exactly.
That part I don't understand. Never have, not sure I ever will. But absolutely, it's absolutely the case that, right, like, that it's clear why he can't open it.
It's like NPC third wall, fourth wall breaking things. It's like we know everybody.
I mean, we did fight with her, right? Like, and it is established that Elazul is not like an old Jumi; he's a young Jumi, right?
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't involved in the wars, right? Like, it's not exactly clear what his life story is, but he's definitely a new Jumi, right? Like, not an old one, and so, right, like, he doesn't know Black Pearl. Right, like he's only heard of Black Pearl in myth and legend, right? So like we have spent more time with Black Pearl than he has. But again, the idea that we know Black Pearl after having fought one Jewel Beast with her.
I mean, heck of a way to introduce yourself, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to be doing a little bit of switching between Pearl and Black Pearl for the next couple of quests as Pearl tries to kind of figure herself out.
Mm-hmm.
And after we go pick up the little sorcerers, we're going to get a whole bunch of lore dump Bye, Pearl. You're cute. Cute
You
Pearl.
have-
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have to go home before Alexandrite? I can't remember.
I think so.
I mean, do
Pretty
you
sure.
go
So-
do you go home at after Little Sorcerers or after Two Pearls? Or like is the question.
I've been going home before Little Sorcerers.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
home
taking-
before Little Sorcerers.
Yeah, and then picking up Pearl and taking her to fight
Yep.
Bud and Lisa.
That's what I would do if I had to go home. Yes. So. I'm
Oh my
going to-
gosh,
I'm
Sproutlings,
going to
please.
assume that I do in fact have to go home. All right. This is again one of the annoying have to advance plot by with a clean entry things. I'm not 100% on it in my mind.
Oh, it's all
So-
good. That's what we're here for.
Yep. All right. Now, Little Sorcerers. Finally. So, Amalette, the pelican, told us about some hairy, scary pumpkins stopping her from doing her jobby job. And we're gonna deal with that problem after ignoring her for like a half hour.
Oh well.
Oh well. It's not the most ignoring we do of somebody.
True. Very true.
Alexandra.
So this takes place in the same area where we both almost completely failed to catch the monster egg earlier.
Yep. Yeah, you don't have to do Monster Egg,
No,
do you?
no, because you don't do it in the Jumi single story.
Yeah, you don't do it in Jumi single story. All right, Diddle, that's the last time we'll see you. Unfortunate but true. Here's Bud and Corona. Or Bud and Lisa in the English translation.
Corona? Really? That's an interesting name.
Really? Yeah.
I kind of like that better, actually.
Pretty cool name. But yeah, that magic really.
Oh, I forgot there was another calling card after that. Dagnabbit.
Yep, there's another calling card. It bumped right back in. This is the one that we reuse for Rachel in all stories, or in all events. Right. This is the one I was talking about, where there's the calling card here. That Rachel is the other quest that really cares about days. You have to talk to Mark and Jennifer, right? Like, and they're each available to talk to on different days because the other day they're running the shop.
Right.
So you kind of like you need to talk to one, then you need to advance one day and talk to the other, and like you do this multiple times, and eventually you get through the Rachel quest, right? Like with a small dip into Geo, the other place that cares about days, of course. So Rachel it's hard to run into, and it's day dependent to complete. Oh wait, no, this is where we do Snowfields Fail. Or rather, this is where I do Snowfields Fail. You do it after Alexandra.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Not that it makes a huge
It doesn't make a
difference.
huge difference. No. It so happens that we no longer need to keep Cathinja away, but we still need to keep the principal away. So this keeps the principal away. So I can do it before Alexandrite. Then the other thing it does is Fluorite needs the desert to be clear of all triggers, but the Cathinja thing that we left behind is still there, right? So like we have to clear that out, and by doing the beginning of Don't Look Back, we clear that out, right? Like so those it so happens that as long as we do that before Fluorite, we can proceed, but I just do it before, so I can just double tap on Geo instead. That's a matter of style.
Yep. There are some things that you really have to do in specific orders, but this is not one of them.
Nope. As long as you clear the desert out before Fluorite, you're good.
But on my end of things, you can see that Diana's been turned to stone. Supposedly, when Jumi are looking for their guardians, they turn their hearts to stone, and it's up to the guardian to find the keys to their heart and unlock it. It's not supposed to be a romantic thing, it's just a thing.
That said, it's definitely not romantic given what the 3 keys of Deanna's heart are.
I know. Diana's got.
Unromantic.
Diana has unfortunately some major darkness in her heart, and I feel very sad for her.
Yeah, she's had a tough one. It's true.
Diana is somebody who could benefit from Nami.
I completely agree. But yeah, the game does not shy away from this. The keys of her heart, as you'll see on RPGchick's screen if you understand English, right? Like they are ugly keys. Like she has had a tough one.
There. I really cannot stand the narrow corridors of Geo.
Yeah, the kids get in the way.
Oh, whoops, I need to do the thingy where
I'd
I
also
talk
say
to
the overworld map of Geo is one of the worst to maneuver around. It's so small and tight to get through, and you can get into different areas super easily.
Exiting
So many
Geo
spaces.
manually sucks. Like that downward angle. That you
Yeah,
have-
I've
out.
given up on running. I just walk through Geo now.
that's not a bad strategy.
And it's
Especially if
twice
you're
that we
trying
have to do it too, because we have to do it once to grab the key from the stairs, and then a second time when we leave at the end to go to the Bejeweled City.
Yep. I want to grab the key on the drum. I want to grab the key.
Jeez. I'm glad I'm not the only one that struggles with these.
Yeah, the same with the key that Sierra drops. Sometimes the angle is just awkward, especially because they're on tables and
I really
things
never
like
had
that.
trouble with Sierra's key, but I absolutely have trouble with the Geo keys.
I've had trouble with Sierra's key a couple of times.
Hmm.
Not often, but a couple of times.
Yeah, I've had a few issues with it as well.
But true to her calling card, Sandra comes to steal Diane's core. And Diana pleads with us to find Black Pearl and stop
Yeah.
this whole thing from happening.
And then Elazul smashes his decorative shield. He's so angry.
and it just grows right back. See, that's why things like that make me think about Steven Universe, because as long as their gems are intact, they can regenerate too.
Yeah.
Maybe not quite that quickly all the time, but
Yeah, I mean, I get the parallels, right? Like, especially, right, like, but I feel like it is more of a convergent thing than a,
Sure.
thing. There's also, the funny thing is that while Steven Universe was running, there was a gem-based anime that came out too. I can't remember what it was called. I'm sure somebody in chat will remember what it was called. But it was an interesting thing too, because you briefly had people cross-wired where they were referring to name gems, and they meant the anime instead of Steven Universe.
so yeah, now I'm gonna do my snowfield fail.
Yep.
Can't look back, and I'm just gonna I'm gonna look back. Bye.
Yeah, we're gonna look back. Yeah, he can't look back, but we can. We don't even have to talk to him this time. He just talks to himself. We notice him talking to himself and leave.
Gio and Popata have such nice happy tunes. I love them.
Mm-hmm.
So we're about to meet the missing gem herself. This is Florina, and she is the one that can supposedly cry to heal Jumi with her tears. And apparently she has been locked inside this Pandora's box, but she's having such terrible nightmares that Belle the Witch, who we saw a little bit earlier when we went to do Cage of Dreams, is like, what the heck is going on in there, lady? Because your nightmares are disturbing everything. So she's gonna send us into Florina's dreamscape. We're gonna get a lot of story and lore dump between Elazul and Black Pearl, and find out some things about who Sandra really is.
Yeah. Interesting translation note here. She says, Bell says specifically that your dreams are so bad they scare the tapir away. Tapir or Baku are like they're a Japanese kind of dream eating monster, creature, yokai, whatever, right? And so it is interesting, right, like that they are using that mythos here, but then coming in tapir, right? Like, because it's the Baku that's the monster, the tapir is what they visually are based on, right? Like, so there's this weird crossing of like tapir to Baku going on. It's very kind of an interesting mythology note. Okay, good. I didn't have to talk to any more fish. Gross.
Oh my gosh. That scene is that one part is quite awful because nobody wants to be around the basket fish.
No. Every single one of the basket fish is obsessing about the dancer in a different way. And then the dancer's in the scene and she's just like, I hate fish, I hate scales, I hate
I mean, I honestly can't blame her.
I can't blame her. I can't blame her either, but yeah, no, like it's just the Modi, the Mr. Modis, right? Like are just like, they know she hates that lecherous fish, right? Like, and they're just like business is business, right? Like we need to make the money off him, right? But like this in the dream space, it's just amped up, right? Like if you didn't understand it before, right? Like. Ugh.
So part of the things that you find out during all these conversations between Elazul and Black Pearl is that Elazul once had a guardian and lost her or them, I don't know, but lost them. Yeah, and he's kind of begging Black Pearl to let him be her guardian again. He wants to protect her. He wants to take care of her. And Black Pearl is definitely one of the older Jumi.
She is a protector, right? Like she was the one that gets paired with, people who can cry, right? Like she's the fighter, right? She doesn't need Elazul, right?
Yeah.
Like not in Black Pearl, like not as Black Pearl, right? Like, but then there's Pearl.
But yeah, it was Black Pearl who was originally charged with Florina's care before things happened.
Kill that guy through the wall. I love doing it. The Sand Scorpion and Bone Guy fight, you can spin the Scorpion and the Bone Guy at the same time through the wall.
I can't remember the last time I had a Jewel Beast ST.
Oh wow. Yeah,
I feel like this is the Jewel Beast that tends to do it a little bit more than the others.
Maybe.
At least
Jewel
from my
Beast number
experience, he
4.
tends to do it just that little bit more.
The Jewel Beast, there are actually 4 different, mechanically different Jewel Beasts. Like, this is the 4th Jewel Beast we fight, but it is also Jewel Beast number 4, mechanically.
Are the 3 in the Bejeweled City repeats then?
They're 2, 3, and 4, yes.
Okay.
You can tell by the color. They each have a different elemental weakness. I don't know how they differ otherwise, but I know that they have different elemental weaknesses. Jewel Beasts 1, 2, 3, and 4 all have different elemental weaknesses. So yeah, we fight Jewel Beast 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. Right, like for the 7 Jewel Beast fights.
So many Jewel Beast fights.
So many Jewel Beast fights.
We have them all.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got a few donations here. Got a $20 donation from Mel Torfus that said, I had to donate during the Legend of Mana race. You got this, RPGC.
Oh, thank you.
We've got $6 from Kios. It says there is only one Rabbite. And an $11.11 donation from Leonia that says, I was one of the localization testers for the Switch version of Dragon Quest XI's Definitive Edition. Robin was the name that I used the most for the Luminary during my time on DQ11's S's development prior to its release. Although I didn't work on the PC version being run for the marathon, it still pleases me to see the game I worked on help bring hope and awareness to mental health. Really appreciate that. We are still trying to figure out what's going on with PayPal, so those issues are still currently a little bit of a thing, but we do appreciate all of your donations.
By the way, speaking of donations, we're about to get another very lengthy mashing lore dump. But as soon as that's done, we are gonna have to know who is the one we're taking to the Bejeweled City, whether it's Black Pearl or Elazul. So there is still a little bit of time to affect that, but not much.
Yeah, you got another like 4 or 5 minutes of cutscene, and then that's got to close.
And Pearl is currently in the lead for that by $30.
Oh, it's 30 now. Nice. So we kind of got treated to another little amusing scene with Detective Boyd, where he thought that the door to the jewel shop was all boarded up, and it kind of exists in this weird temporal place where it's open and not open.
Yeah, there's something weird happening here.
And we can get in, but Boyd cannot. And of course, we have Pearl and Elazul quick on our heels. And essentially, Elazul and Florina both want to know what is the deal, like, what happened with Black Pearl.
And here we find out. And we press the mash button a lot.
Yeah,
I was
because
about to say, you guys got your mashing hands ready?
yeah,
I switched to my left hand pressing the B button, because my left hand's my stick hand usually, right? So like right now my left hand is doing, repetitive thumb work instead of stick work. That's how I'm dealing with the amount of mash that's involved here.
but yeah, the lore dump talks a lot about the past between Black Pearl and another Jumi called Alexandrite, which we also had a quest for. And we find out that Black Pearl was Florina's guardian, and then Alexandrite ended up taking over, I think, when Black Pearl went to go search out for, like, Mana Sword and stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's essentially where, like, it's clear that that guardianship is not a permanent thing necessarily, right? Like, and so yeah, like Florina is the new guardian. Black Pearl is sent off to go find the Sword of Mana. Something interesting that happens here in Japanese is that they actually the floating text boxes are actually positioned with the characters, not just always left set. They do a lot more kind of like center justification and moving them around the screen in Japanese as compared to English. And
Oh yeah, I noticed.
yeah, it's an interesting thing, and you'll see it in a lot of places where they'll either center justify or move around, right? Like
That's a nice
these.
little touch.
Yeah, it's a nice little touch, and it's sad that it's lost in every English translation I've seen. I don't know if they keep it in any other languages because I've only done English and Japanese.
But we find out that it was Alexandrite who damaged Black Pearl's core because Alexandrite wanted to take Florina somewhere safe so she wouldn't have to die to be the Clarius, to be the healer. Because healers essentially use up their life in making tears, and Black Pearl was like, no, you have to bring her back, we need her, and Alexandrite damages her core, she turns into Pearl, and that's when Elazul finds her.
The way Elzo puts it is her core changed from black to white before his eyes.
Yeah.
Right. Literally finds her at the moment of transition. And the idea is that Black Pearl took that guilt, right, like to heart and tried to be Pearl to shoulder that pain.
Alright, I need to know who we're taking.
Yep. It's time.
All right, and you are taking Pearl.
Alrighty. Come on, Pearl.
Pearl has the better story beats. She's the cooler character, but Elazul is faster because Pearl has a transformation sequence when we fight bosses. Like
Yeah,
that's what it comes down to.
At least she doesn't kick regular monsters out of the way when you're
Yeah.
trying to fight them.
Yes.
Okay, I can't get in there. Hello. Get in there. Thank you. I got it every other time this run, but that was the one time that diagonal staircase was like, nope.
Nope.
Alright.
I feel like the little staircase wasn't there. It'd be much easier to get into that spot, but it's just they make that tiny little hallway right at the end there.
Yeah. Oh well.
Minor casual play note: if you take Pearl, Elazul will give you a pretty decent sword called the Sword of Fate. It's the one that he's been flashing in and out of the game like the entire time. Right, like it's a decent sword, but you know it's only 40-something power. As I talked about, that's fine for normal. We have greater power. We don't need it.
So this is it's an amazing soundtrack. I have the music box for the soundtrack, and it's so pretty. The mechanic here essentially is that you need to pick up different colored gemstones on each floor of the city, and there's 3 main floors to the city, and in each floor there is a door that needs to be unlocked by a certain combination of gems. There is no definite to anything. It's completely RNG based.
Yeah, there's records from the old speedrunners before we started, like figuring out like how often it is various things, like how often are these the ones that are required, etc. And like their data gathering makes it pretty clear that it's just RNG. Like they never found a way to manipulate it. It's just is what it is.
The best thing you can do is try to at least remember the positioning of the of where the jewels are to either side of the doors and the staircases.
Yep. Before I had them memorized, I definitely had a picture map up to be sure I knew which ones were on which sides.
I still keep a picture map up for this part of the game. I always doubt myself when it comes to the last moment, you know?
I probably should, but that's a lot of work.
Yeah, there's one in the Jumi route.
Yeah.
Specifically. Like that's the one that I use, and that's the one that I used to bring up. So I mean, it's right there on the route for anybody that's using it. Sappho's Gate. I wonder what it was in Japanese. There's the transformation. The other thing that Black Pearl gives you casually that isn't really relevant for us is her synchro is max out your ST gauge. So you can always use your STs, which is really pretty cool. But
yeah, that's kind of nice.
Not faster than hitting things with your giant hammer, but it is really cool and really powerful. And on just on the raw numbers, being able to ST basically constantly is pretty powerful.
Casually, that synchro is pretty busted, but speedrun-wise, we find faster ways.
See what the first door is going to bring me. So each of the doors is guarded by one of the jewel beasts, and those will be the last 3 jewel beasts that we encounter.
Yep.
Because after this city, the Jumi storyline will be at its conclusion. It was. Dang it. Is Emerald to the left of the door or to the right of the door?
Left.
Okay. Not Emerald. Ruby, rather.
Ruby's farther left.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go one right after the other. That's easy. My brain is a little exhausted. So you do have to re-get the gems, because you might need to reuse them on other floors. In fact, you probably will have to reuse most of them on other floors. So any ones that you use, you have to reclaim them before you move on. It does give us a lot of time to enjoy this absolutely gorgeous track, though.
Dang it. Ugh. killed the monsters to get the green gem, walked out without grabbing the green gem.
Oof.
Yay, I noticed
Well.
it. Yeah. Because doing that and not noticing it is definitely worse, but ugh.
Yeah, you get to the pillars and you're like, where's my emerald?
Where's my emerald? Earth-shattering kaboom. We're gonna gamble on blue skip.
I was curious if you were going to go for any gem skips.
Diamond is the only one I'd ever bank on, but
There's no need.
I've almost
there's no
gotten
real
it once.
need to- there's no real need to do diamond skip.
Yeah.
With this powerful a hammer.
Yeah, when you're doing single story Jumi, it's worth giving it a try, but for this, that robot goes down super duper quick. Alright, you need to be less of a jerk beast than the last one.
Yeah, so with the gem skip they're talking about, on the very last door, you only need 4 gems to open it. So that means that it's possible to skip picking up one of the gems again and just kind of hoping that it isn't required to open that door. Saves you a little bit of time. More so time in like a single story run of Jumi, but it can still save you a bit of time here and all stories too. But it's a complete RNG whether you get it or not.
You also get treated to little tidbits of flashbacks. And the one that we saw a couple of screens ago was essentially talking about the fact that Florina is when Florina disappeared from the city because Alexandria took her away. Let's see what we got here.
Alright, coin flip.
Being
Need
a
to
little
win
quiet
this.
here so the runners can hear their audio cues, because that's how you tell how many gems you have correct on the pedestals.
And I do have to make one more trip to recollect this stuff.
Yep.
Sapphire. Okay, that's what it is.
Going back for the sapphire.
Have to.
Oh, were you hoping it just wouldn't pop up again?
I was hoping Sapphire wouldn't show up the second tier. I expected to have to go back down for the third, to go back down for that. I just wanted to dodge it for the second tier.
Oh. No such luck though, huh?
No such luck. That fires. My second tier is required 3 gems from the base tier.
Seriously?
Yep.
Oh, God.
Which is the worst case. Even if I wasn't trying to skip, that's the worst case, because I'm going to have to go back.
Yeah. Like we said, this is completely RNG. Sometimes you can get lucky, sometimes not so much. Alright, I have reclaimed my gems. I'm gonna go up to get my diamond.
I currently have 4 gems in my possession. I could try a triple skip. That is incredibly unlikely.
I mean, you could.
I could.
If you really want to risk it. Risk it for the biscuit.
Maybe. So the plan was, in essence, that I was going to go down and grab the bottom 4 no matter what if it succeeded, right? Like, because I would almost certainly have to get another one, right? Like, so it would make going and getting blue less bad, right? Like, so I was essentially trying to make going and getting blue less bad, right? Like, for the second tier, but now, right, like, I have to go back and get 3 down here, right? Like, I might as well get all 3, right? So at this point, if I'm going to skip something, it's going to be diamond.
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try a diamond skip. We'll see what happens.
Yep. You need 4 gems for the last door. So again, the odds are decent that you do not, in fact, need diamond, but no guarantees. Thankfully, the top floor is very small, with only the cutscene room, the diamond room, and the Sappho's Gate. So you're not really backtracking much if you miss it. So that's the diamond skip is the easiest to skip there.
And here in this last little cutscene in the Jewel City, you find Esmeralda's sisters talking to Ruben, saying, well, we need to go out, we need to find what happened to Florina, and then you get a little mini conversation between Esmeralda and Ruben's about how she wants to learn magic to become a guardian, and she can't cry, so she wants to be useful in some other way by learning magic.
And that's another place where the positioning that they do really helps. Like, you'll see it on my screen. They actually, with the 3 sisters, they actually have, like, diagonal positioning for when they all 3 respond to Esmeralda. They're, like, just a really great touch there. Right.
You need to stop being a jerk. Thank you. Yeah, from what I can tell, Diamond Skip was a failure.
It's dice. Like, it's a gamble, but it's reason. The odds are reasonable, but it's never going to be 100%.
Here we go. So this is where Florina the Clarius usually resides, and we find this interesting lady, who is actually Sandra. We actually saw her in the jewel shop earlier.
Yep. Alex.
Yep. And she is in cahoots with this dude that we saw in the Mechalink Caverns. He is the Jewel Eater, and what Sandra is basically trying to do is she's trying to feed him 1,000 cores so that he can revive Florina, and number 999 was a lapis lazuli. And now, space fish. Hey, space fish, where are you going?
Diamond was required for me too. But yeah, I really like the moment when you find out it's lapis lazuli. Like, Pearl gets mad, right? Like, she says that was my guardian, right? Like Pearl gets angry when Elazul is killed, even though she, kind of plays very cold towards Elazul as Black Pearl. That's why I said, like, she has a much better story beat here.
Yeah, because otherwise it's just like, oh my god, it was Pearl.
Yeah, like, Elazul's not happy that it's Pearl, but, like, that's not a surprise, right? Like, but you get a better interaction with Alexandrite, and come on, teleporting, really?
I had a teleport too. It's
teleport.
Dunk.
Teleport into block. Ugh, gross. Alright, done.
Still not nearly as bad as that fight can be in
Oh no, that's
Jimmy.
miserable. Like, that's... And much like any of the other teleporting bosses, they can decide to be very mean. And then
Yeah.
another thing that's interesting here is that in Elizul's route, Sandra sacrifices herself in green form. In Pearl's route, she sacrifices herself in purple form. Right, like just a interesting difference, right? Like that was not necessary to be made different, but was. Anyway, Space Whale. Die, Space Whale. All right.
And we have a 5-6 minute cutscene, something like that, I believe.
Pretty much. Great music.
Yeah.
Recommend you listen to the music part. But yep, it's another long input break. Do we have any donations or a Nami blurb to read?
Like I said, I can always find things to talk about. I do want to say, though, that even having never played the games, I've listened to the soundtracks for Legend of Mana, and definitely agree that it's worth listening to. So we have no donations that are current in, and that might be partially because, again, we are working with PayPal to try to resolve issues that are going on. It looks like mostly on their end. So that do make sure if you are donating, you're not trying to donate multiple times because you don't see it going through. It's being held. It'll go through eventually. It's just kind of in a waiting period. But I also want to mention that we do have lots of incentives and prizes. That means you get to vote with your wallet to name characters, get a runners to complete difficult or ridiculous tasks, or help pick which story you get to see in certain games, like you just had here. You can also become eligible to win prizes donated by community members, and all donations, of course, do go to NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. For more information, you can type donate in chat. And one thing I haven't heard us give a lot of shouts that I would like to take a moment. If anybody's noticed our beautiful logo down there in the corner, I'd like to take a second to shout out our local and promotional banner artist, Kevin. You can find him on Twitter at KBuntzCorner, KButzKorner. He has done all of our artwork since the very first Questing for Glory in 2017.
Yeah, absolutely amazing artist for sure. I'm always floored by the new Questing for Glory stuff that he puts out for us every year. Or sometimes twice a year, because we get things like this.
And even doing twice a year, and they're still both absolutely gorgeous. Like, I look forward to seeing what the next one's going to look like, because they're just beautiful.
This ending is absolutely adorable.
It is. And the fact that Bud and Lisa are here is why we had to do Little Sorcerers. If, like, Little Sorcerers is not required for anything except to make this cutscene exist.
Yep.
Make this bit of continuity in the Jumi ending exist. There's no optional, like, oh, like, what if they're not there? No, they have to be there. You can't go to the end of the Jumi storyline without them.
So, Puexel is asking, what's the reason for doing Dragon, then Jumi, and then Fairy?
Good question. Great question. So we do Dragon first because it gives us our giant horn for tempering. Right. Like, that's the big thing, is it very cleanly leads us right to our horn for tempering. And then you kind of put a pin in why we do Jumi second, because if you don't do Jumi before Fairy, Mr. Sotheby behaves in a slow manner during the times when you have to enter the room with him and Christy. Right, so by doing them in this order, we keep Sotheby from being annoying, finish off our temper as fast as possible. Like, those are the big things. In all events, we do this one last. We do Jumi last. It's still Dragon first for the same tempering reason, but we do Fairy in the middle.
Yeah, but with all events, you don't have to worry about failing any of the events because you have to complete them all, so Sotheby doesn't get locked up in the White Forest.
Yep. Exactly.
But yeah, the reason that we're doing this is we're tying up Hansen and Skippy here in the White Forest, so that when we head to the jungle to start doing the fairy story quests, they're not going to be in the way and make us hunt Ducates.
Yep. This is another kind of normally hunting Ducate is the gating quest, right? Like the unlocking quest for the jungle. But by doing this, we make that not happen. And we're just able to proceed into the Murmuring Forest, right? So we just save ourselves a lot of effort. There's essentially a similar length cutscene at the beginning of hunting Ducate that we're seeing here. So really, it's like it's not like, oh, like you're spending a lot of time here, right? Like to save the same amount of time there. No, like we're spending about the same amount of time as we would to start hunting Ducate as we are here making it not exist. Yep. Get this going and leave the White Forest. I do love this quest, but
Oh, catching Lillipees.
I love catching Lillipees because it's got Legend of Hamson and Legend of Skippy in it, but ain't got time for that.
Yeah, the one thing that we do have to do that hunting Ducate often saves us the trouble for is we are going to have to walk into the fairy area, get teleported out, and then go back to that area to activate Escat in the cutscene.
Yep.
Yeah, that is one thing, is that when you are doing hunting Ducat, you have that easy access to a trigger you need to hit to progress Murmuring Forest. So you can do that a little bit early, but overall it does save time just to run and do the trigger twice, essentially, instead of going through an entire another quest to get the trigger.
Yes, very much so. Fairies are in my way, how dare.
How dare they? We do have to fight the zombies twice, too. Gross. Gross.
We do?
I mean, you have to get to the Courtyard of Rain, right?
I found a slightly different route for that, so I only have to fight them once.
You can fight the Tomato Men instead. Right.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Okay, yeah, that's fine then. Like, you either fight... You can do the Tomato Men, or you can do the zombies on the way in and out. And it's just, it's a matter of choice.
I'd much rather deal with the Tomato Men than the zombies.
Fair.
Zombie squish is no good.
Zombie squish, again, deforming attacks. Very, very vexing.
And that screen in particular, they're so close together, and they really like chaining their deforming attacks on you one after the other.
Yep. I mean, the Tomato Man may eat my head, but at least I can continue to move around and attack the other one.
Yep. Eating your head is like Flame Burst is the only thing you really don't want to scare of Tomato Men. Just because that's... but even it doesn't lock you down. So yeah, head nom is probably the worst out of the Tomato Men. Alright. Hey, Selkie. Her speech in Japanese is super cute.
But Suki basically is asking us to figure out what the heck is going on with the fairies in the forest because they've been kind of rambunctious lately. And you see them kicking around that poor nun and trying to be like, what the heck is with this lady? We don't like her. And then Escat comes and slays lots of fairies because Escat is a big jerk too.
Yep. Escat's got a little bit of a narrow focus, little simple-minded. If you're familiar with the stereotype of the lawful good / lawful dumb paladin, that's Escat. Like, he's just like, he has his focus of what he thinks evil is, and yep.
Plus, he's super jelly, and we're gonna find out why soon.
Super jelly.
By the way, that's Ricciotto. That's also one of the wisdoms sleeping up there.
Yep. Rosciati the Beast, as is his epithet. It's Pokio the Bird, Rosciati the Beast, Tort the Turtle, Gaius the Earth, or Gaia the Earth in this one. Selva, the Four Winds, and Oban the Warrior are the epithets, which we will see a couple quests from now.
Oh, we did already see Oban.
Well, I mean, we'll see those names.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the names are listed explicitly in the long Selva cutscene.
Yep. So, we're actually going to be going back and forth in this abbey quite a bunch of times, and we're going to meet one of the main players in the fairy storyline, which is Matilda. And Matilda is friends with Dana. She's friends with Eskad. She and Eskad were childhood friends. And even though she and Eskad are the same age, she is a wrinkly old granny. Something is amiss here.
That's not us saying that. She'll say that herself in a couple quests.
But, I mean, Matilda is very much like the Wisdoms in that she just wants to have freedom of choice and do what she wants to do. And that is a big tie-in to everything that has happened to her and everything happening in and around Gato. Also, supposedly, Eskad was in the underworld training with Olban up until this point.
Right. For the past 10 years, in essence. And as Matilda says, like, she thought he was dead, right? Like, but he was instead in the underworld training with Oban. And as we saw in the Dragon storyline, Oban's kind of weird. He's like, yeah, I'll let Draconis do what he wants, it's fine. Like, he does not seem to be, a very strict guardian of the underworld.
Really? Also, hey, Matilda's been kidnapped and we're gonna go save her.
Oh no, the Wario fairy was acted like Wario? Like, we have the Wario fairies that he just killed. Then we're about to meet the Wario nun. Oh no, the Wario nun was a Wario fairy? What a surprise! That unconscious nun is a bad signal? Huh. Never.
Never would have known. But yeah, so they're mentioning this dude named Erwin, and this fake nun is like, yeah, even if you take her back, I will defeat you and then take her to Lord Erwin. And in one of the most satisfying moments in this entire run, destroy this brigand.
Yeah, and the little scene in the forest, right, like, very explicitly, like, the fairies had also kidnapped a different nun, and they're like, this is the wrong one, right? So this is them successfully kidnapping the right nun, and then taking her not to the land of the fairies. Instead of getting away, just kind of like, okay, sure, I'll just fail.
But yeah, Eskad is basically very upset that Matilda still, says nice things about Erwin, who is a demon, and yeah. It's alright, Eskad, we get it. You're jealous. It's fine. You're allowed to be jealous. You're only human. Oh, oops. I'm so used to fairy things, and then I just
Green stun. Okay.
Didn't
get off an ST with green stun, thankfully. That was what I was terrified of. Ugh.
This is another one of those fights that in single storyline can be an absolute terror. Here too, a little bit, but mostly the single storylines.
This is the first major reset in regular one single story fairy is Spriggan, because Spriggan is Spriggan.
Yep.
Teleporting everywhere, doing STs left and right, and just being a general nuisance.
Some solid status effects attached to some of those STs and to his basic attacks. Yeah, Spriggan is kind of a
the summon on the skeleton, and that guy can actually mess you up a little bit when you're trying to go for a quick kill. He knows just when to hit you to get you out of your attacks and cancel all your damage.
Spriggan is one major reset point, and I am heading towards the next.
Yep.
Oh, no, I don't want to go there. I want to go over here. Thank you.
I'd say most of the reset bosses are more so because of how annoying they are. This particular boss we're coming up on is because of how scary he can be to fight.
Yeah, this boss is, like I said, like I mentioned him earlier. That essentially, like, this is a boss where it's just legitimately, right? Like, the boss will legitimately ruin you. Like, it's not just like annoying. He's not just prolonging the fight. He puts you in the ground.
Yeah. One little mistake and you can actually die. This is probably the one boss I say, like, you can die on, like, pretty easily.
Mhm.
Yep.
That said, right, like, deaths in this game just have you do the fight again. So, not the worst death you've ever seen in gaming, but I mean, it's still a pretty big time loss, especially if there's a cutscene before the fight, like there is in that case. Ugh.
That was even before auto-saving and stuff. You just had to redo the fight, which was a very nice perk of the PS1 version, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, essentially, I'm back here in Lake Kilma because Matilda's like, Dana disappeared. Can you please go find her? And it turns out that she's come here trying to find a way into the fairies' kingdom. Actually, this is a good time for a couple of more announcements or anything else.
As we're just both retreading ground we've already tread. Same fights, same walks until we get to our rainbow friend.
Same fight, same walk. Sounds like a great time for me to talk.
Nice.
So I don't have any more
Would be
donations in. I'm glad somebody appreciated that. I took a little bit of work in my brain for that one.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good.
I just would like to remind everyone, you are currently watching Questing for Glory, Hope and Healing 2, and we are here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization, whose work is focused around 3 pillars: education and support, awareness, and advocacy. And what does that mean? Well, including awareness, NAMI participates in nationwide awareness opportunities like Mental Health Month, Suicide Prevention Month, and Mental Illness Awareness Week. NAMI has partnerships with a wide range of companies and organizations, for example Fox Sports and Google, that NAMI uses to get their name and mission in front of new audiences. Because 1 in 5 Americans will live with a mental health condition, and fewer than 50% of adults living with these conditions will receive treatment each year. Many factors, including stigma, lack of access, and lack of knowledge or resources, contribute to this. We would like to work to end that so that everybody does get the help that they need.
Yeah, and thank you, Chad, for already being extremely generous, because this is definitely a cause near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so here is the man of the hour. This is the Demon Irwin. He looks pretty cool, actually.
All grown up and demonic, as Dana puts it.
Yep. So it turns out that Irwin actually stole Matilda's powers, and that is the reason that she's aging. And Dana was trying to get him to give him back, but of course Irwin's like, nah, fam. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
By the way, that is one other thing we didn't really discuss, which is, like we mentioned, the green stun, but I don't think we talked too much about status ailments, and I'm gonna interrupt you eventually with an woo, but yeah.
Yeah, no, that's true. There's 8 main status ailments in the game. Green stun, which is paralyzed. Stone, covered in flame.
Oh!
Snowman. Ooh. Right, like poison. The only ones we really care about in the speedrun are the ones that stop us from acting. So, green stun, so paralysis. Stone, which is super rare. and Snowman, are the big killers. Confusion is annoying. It's confusion just like it is in the Secret of Mana's balloon spell. So reversed directional inputs. Annoying for sure. And you will see that a couple of times in the run generally, unless we get lucky and get a drop from a succubus.
There's also sleep, but we barely see that one.
You never see sleep except unless you get hit by the wrong spell from the wind callers, really.
I think Vadis can also put you to sleep, but that
Vadis
never
can put you to
happens.
sleep. It does. It happens.
I believe it can happen. I've never done. I don't do dragon.
Does Warrior Hound still woo during the STs? I don't think it does. I don't think it woos there either. Oh yeah, Spriggan's Carpet Suite can also put you to sleep. I forgot about that.
Oh, right.
But there's Silva of the Winds telling Matilda that once she passes on, she is going to become the 7th wisdom. So Matilda has something to look forward to.
Yeah!
I guess.
I guess.
Where am I going there? I'm going there.
We have 3 quests left.
For Fairy, anyway, yeah.
I mean, Star-Crossed, Heaven's Gate, and Legend.
Oh, I was counting Mind's Fail.
I don't count Mine's Fail. It's not a quest. I'm an all events runner. That's not a quest. That's not a quest.
But
Just
oh, sorry.
I was just for clarity, does that mean that we're getting close to the save or kill Dana?
Pretty
We are.
close, yes.
Yeah, Star-Crossed Lovers is the quest where that decision has to be made. So we are probably like 4 minutes out, maybe less.
So this would be a good time for your last minute donation if you do want to change it. There's only a $5 difference between the 2 options on that. So
Oh, wow.
It's a very easy snipe.
But yeah, this fail is another thing that happens. There is a not super long but unnecessary quest here to get even more backstory on the incident that caused Escod to go to the underworld and Erwin to disappear for 10 years.
After taking Matilda's powers.
After taking Matilda's powers. And the taking of Matilda's powers is actually in the flashback.
Yep.
Right? Like, Pokio basically just fills us in on what actually happened 10 years ago, straight up.
Yep, and Dana's back, and essentially she went to the land of the fairies to kind of poke Erwin a bit and they're like, hey, let's get Matilda there because the time apparently flows a little differently. Plus, your mind is a very powerful thing in the world of the fairies and you can alter your appearance and things like that. So Dana's like, hey, this is a way that I can save my friend. And then Escad rushes in, slices Dana, and is like, you're a demon! How dare you? And Matilda teleports us back to the Mindus ruins.
Huh. Interesting. If you say no to him, he teleports you back into that previous room, but the sepia filter was off. I wonder what's going on there.
Huh. So, at the top of the Mindus ruins, there is kind of like a little glyph legend about this monster named Leucemia who almost destroyed the world and then ate a volcano and died. And Erwin kind of wants to resurrect it to bring on the end of days. And Matilda's like, I don't really care. I just want you to live and be free. That's Matilda's whole shtick. She just wants everybody to be free to choose to do what they want. Because essentially, the whole thing with Erwin taking her powers is because she didn't really want to be the head abbess for this church. She wanted to live her life the way she wanted to live her life, but she was fated for this since she was born. And kind of sort of maybe thought that giving her powers to Erwin might have spared her that fate, but it did not. All it did was make her old and forced to be the abbess.
Right. And like there in the lore backstory, it's essentially stated that like that church is the last church of the type, like of that religion. In essence, all the others were destroyed during some previous major world event. So like the Gado Church, it's not just like, oh, like you're the abbess of one monastery of many. It's like, no, like you're the abbess of the only remaining bastion of this religion. So the pressure is high.
In Flowerling.
Come on, Flowerling, I'm gonna need your help here. Need big blocks.
Alright, I am gonna need to know what we're doing.
All right. You are saving.
Alrighty.
All right.
Escad's gonna do Escad things.
Yep. He really likes his ST.
He does.
Pretty sick looking ST, not gonna
It's
lie.
pretty cool ST, yeah. One you have
Yeah.
access to as well if you have swords.
It's very reminiscent of what the heck is the name of that move? Shockwave or something like that that General Leo has from FF6. It
Oh,
reminds me of that. Yeah. But yeah,
Oop.
so Matilda tells Dana that she's not going to go to the land of the fairies, and Dana's not really happy about that because she wants her friend to live. But Matilda's like, I just want to be. That's all. I'm sorry, but I just want to be. You should also be free to make your own choices. So we are taking Dana with us, right?
I mean, if you want to, you don't. The incentive was save. You do not have to take her with you.
I don't.
I will. I will
All
tell
right,
you
if
that.
you're gonna take her, then I'm gonna take her. I don't want it to be uneven.
You get some easy Silva skips.
That's
This
why
is
I'm
true.
taking her. I'm not gonna lie. I love the easy solo skips.
Yeah, there aren't a lot of glitches in this game, but there is one that allows us to skip past an NPC that's going to be coming up, and it's a little bit easier to do with Dana in our party. It can be done without her, but it is a little bit easier to do with her.
Right, and so, and it's something that you may have seen already. In essence, like you can clip through NPCs, and the conditions around it are varied and numerous. Right, like, and Lemur has done a lot of work on this specifics, but it is often easier when there are multiple NPCs in the same area, in the same region, and right, like, it's pretty much like a guaranteed if you've got an NPC with you that you can flip through somebody if you know how to get the NPC in the same place as you at the same time.
Yeah, it seems that your partner character has, I guess I'll call it auto clip. They always kind of like will clip through something. And that's so they can follow you because they trace your footsteps. And that applies to your character as well, though. So if you can get them to line up with an NPC, then you clip over your partner character and the NPC pretty much immediately. Doing them solo is possible. It's a bit trickier. You have to get some kind of lineup or setup, and then you normally have to like wiggle your character in a very certain direction, and then you can get through them that way. But with a partner character, it is much easier.
Yeah, and I mean, there are places in the game vanilla where you will actually access that behavior. The biggest one being in Reach for the Stars. There's a screen filled with children. You will clip through that screen filled with children, right? Like there is no clear path through that screen, right? Like there's just 15 sprites mobbing you, right? Like, and eventually you will clip, right? Like, and it just happens, right? Like you don't have to do anything. It's just literally the only way through that screen. But in these cases, we can access it with a few less sprites on the screen. Yeah, it's essentially right, like kind of like zips in other things. It's just like you are inside of a space where you appear to be stuck. You now can go through things, right? Like, is you can invoke that behavior sometimes.
All right, time for my favorite track of the game.
It's a good one. The remaster really upped this track a lot.
It was already amazing.
It was already great. Where like the music in this game is across the board great, but I think that of the three main storylines, I absolutely think that Fairy got the biggest upgrade. Just really, they got a lot more body out of in their songs, both their final song and Leucemia.
I can agree with that. No, bad snack.
grab.
At least it only grabbed me once.
That's good. Those are
that snack can lock you completely.
Yeah, again, the deforming attacks we're talking about, often the enemies have deforming attacks that are just exactly long enough that they can chain them on you. And you can't do anything. You really there's nothing you can do about it other than enjoy your time squished or grabbed or bounced like a beach ball.
The snakes love to chain you in that, especially in Leucemia. I've noticed that when you get the two snakes together, they will keep you locked up for as long as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Big Baby's another classic. Big Baby will bounce you on the nose, on their nose, and steal your time.
Yeah, that one's the most insulting, I feel like.
Yeah, that one's the most insulting for sure.
See if I can actually get this working this time. I am notoriously bad at Zelda skips. There we go. I mean, honestly, it saves a little bit of time. You don't have to do it.
Yeah. I practiced them a bunch in all events because you always have Niccolo coming through here. So I practiced it a bunch to nail it back when we didn't think you could do it without an NPC. Then Lemur figured out how to do it without an NPC.
I was so happy when I discovered that.
You were really happy about that.
Unfortunately, there was another skip that was on Leucemia in the PS1 version. It's not viable anymore in the HD version, which was it was a battle skip basically.
Yeah, it was actually, we were kind of hoping that maybe they'd mess up in the HD remaster and introduce more overlapping battle zones, but they appear to have just hard fixed that issue completely.
Yep.
Which, I mean, good for them, right? Like, but bad for us. Again, it wasn't a huge skip, but I mean, it was something. In essence, there were two overlapping combat zones, and you could get the one to load while you were in the other, and if you did so, the second one didn't fully load, and so you could kind of skip that combat, right?
Yeah, it would like try to load up you into that combat, but then the previous combat would end, and when combat ends, you go back to your normal like walking animations and everything.
Yep.
So the fight just wouldn't load, and you could clip through the snake model and then just walk right past it.
Yep. Run, bounce, go. Easy peasy.
Oh.
Yeah, it's this fight, the one that I am on right now with two snakes and an imp was the one where you could do it.
Yeah, it wasn't a huge thing for all stories or all events, but for a fairy percent, it was pretty nice.
Oh yeah,
nice little 15 to 20 second time saved there.
Yeah, even without Dana, the second Selva skip is a lot easier than the first one.
Yeah, the second one has a clearer setup to it. This is the first one you're kind of just trying to line yourself up.
He doesn't seem to... There we go. I was gonna say, he's not letting me go! Darn it, Silva!
Selva, I need you to block her more. I'm like 5 screens behind.
Well, there's always Erwin.
There's always Erwin. Sure. I did get double grabbed by one snake. That didn't help either. another
No,
one.
never helps.
Ugh. Another double grab. Snake.
Stop being a jerk.
Snack. Chocolate snacks. They drop
Bad
chocolate.
snack. Chocolate snack.
Chocolate snack. That's actually like their synchro is make enemies drop more chocolate.
Does it really?
Yes.
That's amazing.
Like their synchro is more packing chocolate. It's just like what?
Excuse me, I'd like a real life snack, please.
Yeah, no kidding.
We're gonna make
Like,
chocolate.
you're going out and you're like, oh, I'm getting, gonna have my dinner, gonna have my vegetables, and then it just comes with chocolate instead. And you're just like,
I'm cool with this. This works.
oh.
By the way, in case you haven't noticed, as we've gone through these storylines, every storyline, the final dungeon and the final boss have their own unique themes to them that are nowhere else in the game. So Lucemia's theme, Draconis' castle, and the Bejeweled City, and the bosses themselves, the space fish, the space whale, Draconis, and Erwin coming up here are their own musical themes.
Yep.
Which is very cool. It's a nice touch.
Oh yeah, no, it's great. I mean, Erwin on Reflection is excellent. Like all of, right? Like they're all, like I said, like Shimamura does excellent work. You know, there's a lot of great tracks on this soundtrack. But the remaster really gave a lot of body to Lucemia and the Final Truth. And I honestly don't spend enough time in the Erwin fight to have a feel for how the new one changed. The old one was still very good.
I mean, they're pretty similar, honestly, as rearranged themes go. It has maybe a little bit more of a baseline to it, which is kind of nice.
That's funny because so one time my brother had like a truck with like, custom speakers and stuff. It's like Erwin on Reflection is a machine gun on the bass line already, right? Like on the original soundtrack. So having more of a bass line, I'm really curious like how that would perform.
Yeah, what boss? I don't know what you're talking about. There was no boss there.
Darn it, Erwin. I needed you to send Baker for a time.
You were praying for Dana to do a little knock-up action out of the blammo, right?
Hope.
By the way, the Cancun bird is that bird that flew us to Lucemia and back, and it is also very pretty and very rainbowy.
Good enough. All 3 bosses I held down right. I hit Blammo the second I could, and they all died. I don't know what to tell you.
I stole one out of your book for that.
Huh? Please do.
I stole a page out of your book for that. Ow, Renna.
That's why you tell people, right?
Sorry, a little bit of cat aggro.
Happens. Alright. And so the reason that Dana's a time loss here is one, like there's a scene with Dana and with Escad at the top of the temple, and Dana's is slightly longer, but no big deal, right? Right here, this whole conversation that you're probably seeing on RPGchick's side where Dana reacts to Matilda's death. Escod doesn't have it. Right, like this is just all extra text boxes, and it's not small. Like this is the real loss from taking Dana, is this segment right here. Right, she just talks a little more with Matilda than Escod does.
Yeah,
and about Matilda.
Yeah, and plus technically when you choose to kill Dana, you choose to kill Dana and she dies. She
Right.
does not come back, and Escad dies trying to defeat Erwin as well, so that's kind of like the sad ending in a way, because everybody dies.
Yep, it is the most tragic ending, because literally all 4 of them are dead. Like by the end of that plot line.
Yeah. At least doing this and saving Dana, she does get to live on.
Right. Yeah.
But Matilda is about to have one of the best lines of the game, which I'm so glad they didn't change.
It's a great line. Big, really great line, and they put an upgraded version of a musical track over it. Like, it's just an absolutely great moment. When I was younger, I didn't love this storyline as much. It didn't make as much sense to me. As I've gotten older, this storyline has resonated more and more with me. I'm more able to understand the concept of things being in a world not of your own design, but of your own making.
Yeah.
Like, makes a lot more sense when you're older than when you're younger.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. I would agree with that. Geez, girl, who are you to tell us where to go? I am the universe.
Away from me, shadows. And they're gone.
It's such a great line. It really is. It's amazing. Yeah, as named NPCs pass away throughout the course of the game, if you do return to the underworld, you can actually find them in different rooms.
I don't know that you can find all of them, but I know you could. Like, I know I've seen whatever his name, Flame of Hope. Yeah,
Rubens, yeah.
I've definitely talked to Rubens in the underworld before. It's been a while since I've kind of done that, but yeah, you can. All the rooms that we ignore in the underworld, are like literally all of them, are just bedrooms, right? Like where a person could be, and so yeah, there are a lot of small opportunities to talk to the dead. The underworld is told to be technically not for the dead, but for those who have not lost their like desire to live, in essence, right? Like for instance, like why did Escod not just be gone, right? Like was he in the underworld? Because he wanted to come back, right? Like the underworld is for people who haven't completely lost their desire to be alive, right?
Yeah, similar thing with like Lark, he wants to return to the surface. That was his whole deal at the end, and that's why he still has his form in the underworld.
Yep, and Pokio tells you that during Diddle's at it, right? He's like, you might think this is where the dead go, but it's actually where the people who still cling to life go. Right.
Poor Matilda.
Sorry, I'm watching the Japanese, and after that line, Erwin's first line is just 6 question marks at the time. This is the first line, just like question mark, question mark, question mark. Like, what was that? Just like.
That's pretty great, not gonna lie.
just after the shadows disappear, she walks towards him, and he's just like, question marks everywhere.
Yeah, this ending is definitely the most tragic of the 3.
Yep.
The Jumi is probably the most uplifting, and the dragon is probably the most questions left unanswered.
Yeah, dragon ends up being just kind of like, you do some bad things, you reset the status quo, and the brother and sister can reunite, right? Like, it is drama with a kind of like a slightly happy conclusion, right?
Yeah, it's just a whole
in
thing.
In the end, the bad guy is defeated, right? Like, right?
Yeah,
like,
but it's the whole thing of like, oh, it's gonna take all these years for me to come back, even if it takes me all these years to come back up, and all of a sudden it's like, hey!
And all of a sudden he's there, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know what happens there either.
And not only that, but you can go back to the underworld and grab Lark still and take him around on travels with you.
Yeah, just like, yeah, you take it, so you're stuck in the underworld for 1,000 years, or about 5 minutes.
Alright,
Yeah.
so I am making my final ascent here.
Yep. And that's something I wanted to note. That's interesting thing here for in the Japanese version. The last quest, you see Legend of Mana. In Japanese is just in quotes, in those block quotes, mana. Like that is the name of the last quest. It's not Legend of Mana, it's just mana.
Interesting.
Yep. Yeah, in katakana, just mana. Alright. Cutscene done. Let's finish this off. We have completed all three mainline quests. We have completed a good number of events.
It's time to save the world.
And it is time to bring back the Mana Tree to the world. To bring back her darkness, her love, her power. Everything that freedom means, in essence. After 900 years of being gone from Fadiel, the name of this land. Because Legend of Mana is kind of a side story. It's not in the Secret of Mana Final Fantasy Adventure, right, like continuity.
As much as we would prefer this be Seiken Densetsu 4 over Dawn, but, well, what can you do?
Yeah. Oh, Dana's going with me. How nice.
Yeah, I have her too, and I didn't feel like dropping her off, so I was like, okay.
Okay, whatever you say, Dana. You can stay.
I guess you can stay with me.
Yes, you can stay.
Let me
I'll
do
keep the tree of
smart
mana.
things.
Mana.
Because otherwise I'm gonna forget to do smart things, and then I'm gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, gotta make sure you have Counter-Strike on.
Oh yeah, I am not taking that chance. Because even though I could probably hit her with regular attacks with this hammer, I would probably end up getting eclipsed and die.
Straight up brawl. No weapons. 6 power fists. Straight
No,
up brawl
thanks.
with the mana goddess.
Nah, I'm good.
No. Probably not live. That'd be a heck of a fight.
So in this
Bare-fisted,
last,
zero basement, no items.
oh god,
Yeah,
no.
exactly.
But here in this last area, you have to fight a certain number of battles before the goddess will open up, essentially.
Yeah, specifically, it's a 3x3 grid where you have to fight the monsters at the corners.
Yep.
So.
So we just try to take the fastest route around possible to get rid of them. And the Tomato Man did not eat my head.
What? Tomato Man? Thought we were friends. Alright, the gloaming, silence of time, the final boss music coming up on your side.
Yep. Having the wider picture for the 16:9 for this is really cool, I gotta tell ya.
Yeah,
That
there's
is
a
one
couple
of my
places
favorite
where-
improvements.
There's a couple places where it makes things look weird, but yeah, in this place, it's a well-centered picture and it makes it look
Time
good.
is coming up, by the way, really soon.
Yep.
If she hits me, hello.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna
And that's time.
That's time. GG's.
GG.
Thank you.
355, 40 something.
355.44.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna sub 4, which is a reasonable time for this category.
Well, I hope High Spirits likes time save.
Yeah, you budgeted 420 for this?
Well, it was 4 and then extra time because of Pearl and Dana,
Right.
because I can't math, I guess.
Mhm.
And also because we brought the time down with the changes in the route as well, I
Right.
think. And we haven't really accounted for that so much yet. Because we only kept changing that around maybe a couple of weeks ago.
Mhm. Boom.
Hey, it's good for you, Chet, because you get to hear hopefully some of the ending song.
Yeah. The Swedish masterpiece that is the Legend of Mana main theme. Block and a head grab. Saucy Tomato Man.
Wait, did you get your head bitten?
I got blocked, head grabbed, and then lit on fire.
Oh
Tomato
no!
Man. So full disrespect. You're right. Yeah, you get a lot more of like there's the trees are like space where like you can't really see that in the PSX view, but that's absolutely visible here, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, a lot of those little effects you can't really see in PSX. Same thing in like Leucemia. You can kind of see the worm bopping up and down from inside.
Yeah, that is a very cool,
Ding.
nice little touch.
Done.
GG.
GG.
Just under 358, 357, 57 probably.
Yeah, real solid runs on both sides.
Yeah, that went relatively well for the most part, except for the monster egg.
The monster, most of us had a little trouble with the monster egg. The giant horn backup, right?
It was pretty back and forth between you two for the majority of it.
There, which
You both took
can't
the lead at least twice, I think.
Yeah, I think so. So you can't hope for much more in a race and in such a long category. Yeah. Sproutling's here. Here the mana tree.
But yeah, I gotta tell you, having that hammer,
It's so good, right?
I know. It almost kills going back to single story sometimes.
Yeah. I can feel that because, like I said, like I'm used to, right? Like I did Jumi, and then I went straight to all stories from Jumi, right? Like, and then I spent a lot of time in all stories, right? Like on PSX, right? Like we really refined that route last year, right? Like got it down below 7, got it, we did a lot of work on all events last year, right? And then then you play the single story routes and you're just like, what is this damage? what is this boss that takes more than 10 seconds? Yeah, the hammer is real nice.
Yeah. Will I still go back to single story runs? Probably.
Yeah.
But I definitely enjoy this category a lot. And like I said, if anybody's interested in running any of the categories for this game, we have guides. We have an extremely helpful group of people in our Discord, and I'm gonna drop that link in the chat if you all want to join us. Come on by. It's a really, really awesome group of people, and there is thankfully no drama in this Discord.
Yeah, they were very nice to me when pretty much a year ago, I dropped in and started babbling on about, like, how could I make things work for tempering, right? Like, just figuring out every piece of how the speedruns worked, right? Like a year ago. Right.
Mecha is one of those people I have corrupted into the monofold. There's a good bunch of people now. I've gotten Rocco, I've gotten Puetzel, I've gotten Spoonie a little bit.
Yeah, the Puexel one, yeah. No, it's not either, as you've seen, right? Like it's a run with a lot of kind of like small technical, but it's still pretty chill. And even the small technical, right? Like it's the reason why Lemur has, you know, the world record in a number of categories, because the technical stuff matters, but you can still get a lot of solid performances, improvements, and enjoyment out of the game, right? Like without being the perfect wiggler.
Lemur of the robot hands.
Yeah, finding ways to improve your fights, finding ways to, you know, add things, or like the big route changes, like, you know, trying to figure out how to take less steps on the overworld or how to temper, you know,
Yeah, I was
stuff
gonna
like
say
that.
the route changes are like a big thing. Because like I wasn't really considering like steps on the world map, you know, a little bit, but not that seriously. And then you did a lot of the working on like getting that down, and it saved like minutes, I think, for all events.
Yeah, the old routes definitely had, you know, a good 50 plus unnecessary steps on the overworld, and on for all events, right? And, you know, similarly, all stories could use a tune-up, right? Same with just some things where, right, like different perspective brought different angles of attack, right?
Yeah,
And who knows, you know,
the
you pick up the
community
game, you might
kinda-
be the next person to bring another angle of attack on increasing time. But like, you guys weren't really doing buys either, right? Like everything was drops, right? Like, and then I was like, what about buying? Right? Like, why
Right.
don't we, like, can we buy more? Right? And so like, that's where all stories and all events have become buy routes, and even some of the normal ones have become buy routes, right? Rather than
Mhm.
RNG routes. And so, yeah, different perspective, different runs. You might be the next one to see some
Yeah,
different.
that's the great thing about new people joining the community, is that you get new perspectives and people with different tool sets and, you know,
Mhm.
stuff like that, and everyone can put their own piece in and contribute something.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, come join us if you're interested. Hit us up if you need help with anything. There's always somebody hanging around the Discord pretty much and can probably answer your question or refer you to somebody who can. There's tutorial vids as well from Lemur to show you on the controller like how things are supposed to be done for the different tech. Power cancel, jump cancel, wiggling, all of that stuff. And it's pretty extensive and pretty detailed. Some of the guides might be a little bit older because the newer ones are still a little bit bare bones as we continue to go through them until we're a little more happy with them for a while. But even starting with those, so you get the gist of how things work, is honestly fine.
Yeah.
Especially because then you don't subject yourself to levitine right away.
Yeah.
And maybe give Fairy a go.
Yeah. There's a good one. Fumi's a good one.
Yeah.
Jumi is the longest of the individual stories, and then Fairy and then Dragon is the shortest. And then there's this, then there's all events, and then of course Plat is the longest.
I forgot that Amalek kidnaps a bud in one of the ending cutscenes.
Oh yeah.
He down, takes him, and flies off. Like,
I've absolutely enjoyed this race, and I want to echo. I saw Palmer put it in chat. The fact that a 4-hour run was only a little over 2 minutes apart that's insane to me.
Yeah, I mean, we're like, and that's kind of like what I said, you know, meaning like, the theRPGchick came from the shorter runs, right? Like I came from the longer runs, right? Like, so like we just like we have slightly different approaches, right? Like slightly different things that we've learned, or, you know, on various pieces, and right, like, and then like to have those both kind of converge in this, you know, 350x time frame, right? Like that's pretty cool too.
But thank you again, everybody. Thank you for taking the run. Thank you for hanging out with us. And keep watching the marathon, because it's going to go on all the way into Sunday.
Yep, and of course, thank you for donating to NAMI. As we both said, this is a meaningful charity to us, and this is a great cause, and really glad that I could help support it. I've been doing volunteering during the week as well as this run, so yeah, keep supporting NAMI. keep donating. Get us that Final Fantasy X run, because that sounds wild. I want to see what they're trying to figure out on the AI front with TaskBot.
All right, and
Yeah,
we'll
this was a blast, and love seeing all the support and positive energy from chat.
definitely agree. We'll be back here shortly. They're going to finish getting the next run set up, which will be Xenoblade Chronicle X, and we'll be back with that here in just a few minutes.